Ladies and gentlemen, what is up? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, fun day, June 15th, and this is a baby bus. Air France A380 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1340. Hadi Maria, goedenavond. Good to see you again. Hope you've had a good day. Welcome all others who have joined in the meantime. This airplane is becoming more and more of a rarity these days. A380, Le Petit Baby Bus. The Vergugum. Not forgotten, but Vergugum. Hope everybody is doing well. Beautiful day here at Schiphol Airport. The sun is shining again abundantly. Wind right now 10 knots from the west. Was a bit windier earlier. It is expected to pick up again. The wind is expected to pick up to 14 knots approximately in the upcoming hours and from the west. That means that the wind is going to be blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading. So crosswind and crabbing expected later in the morning. This is Delta Airlines KLM flight 872 arriving from Delhi. Saw the DEL, hence my early morning confusion. (787-10) Dreamliner returning from Delhi in India. 8 hours and 31 minutes it has flown to get here. Wolfgang, good morning. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, all others who've joined already. Reza, Richard, Dia, Faye, Lydia, George, Rally Team, Melvin, Marion, Yuri, Geert, LC878, Roy, Dear Contour, Michelle. Good morning, goedemorgen, one and all. So, it is KVK, beautiful weather. It is definitely cooler than it was yesterday. Right now, standing in my shorts, but I also have my vest on. Might take it off later, but right now the vest is perfectly fine for my upper body. Nowhere near as warm as it was yesterday. Did forget to put on sunscreen on my hands. I did put sunscreen on my legs and head and neck before going out already. I always go to the toilet before going live and wash my hands then with alcohol, which is why I always put sunscreen on my hands after I'm done with all that. But since I wanted to show you guys the A318, was a little hasty with starting the stream. We're also going to see the Finnair A350 in a few minutes. Bringing us together since 1923, special livery. It's just text, but still. Right, now my hands are also protected, or at least the back of my hands. Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal. Karsten, goedemorgen. Sophie, goedemorgen. Waxatjesek, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Six hours precisely on the way from Montreal to Amsterdam. Nicely using the reverser 7878 Dreamliner. Good morning to all who have joined. Conan, Hank, Louis, Peter, me, myself, Matthias, Martin, Tonton, Jan, Remco. Good morning one and all. So on the scale of chimney smoke, things currently are looking like so. The wind is blowing from the west. This is big picture overview of the current status quo. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, this is what I see. Looking to the east, you can see some more cloudiness, but that's at the horizon to the east. The wind is blowing from the west, so what you're seeing in the distance is being blown away from where we are. Some high cirrus clouds. Well, no, it's not KVK. There are a few clouds that is lower than 5,000 feet, so thought it's almost KVK. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Sky Express arriving from Heraklion, A320neo, and Finnair, the A350 behind it. Matthäus, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Gravely Lewis, good morning. Annemarie, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. In the foreground, Sky Express flight 8250, arriving from Heraklion in Greece. 3 hours and 23 minutes ago, it left from Greece. This is 4 years old, this airplane. First flight April 2021. In terms of quads, boring day. Hated to break it to you, but the R747s on the way. They only left early in the morning and are expected later in the afternoon. 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, after I am done. So no 747s unless we're getting a surprise bonus queen, so to speak, that might be leaving from Paris later in the morning. I did not check for that, so I'm not going to say we're not going to see any queens, but there aren't any airborne on their way to Amsterdam yet. The only quad squad member here on ground level that we are going to see, but also to the wrong runway sadly, is the Emirates A380. Standard livery though, not missing out on a lot in that respect. But yeah, hopefully the wind will compensate and make for nice crabbing airplanes. Not yet, it's not getting very windy yet, but it is expected later in the morning. There's already nice horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. Finnair A350 arriving from bloody Helsinki in Finland. Yeah, it's crabbing a little bit. Yeah, technically speaking, it does look like we can see a bit of the left side of the fuselage. Finnair flight 1301, bringing us together since 1923 livery. The OHLWR, 2 hours and 5 minutes on the way. A350-900, 5 years old, first flight May 2020. And good morning to all who have joined. Annemarie and Patrick, I think I already said hi to. Damien, good morning. Dukman, good morning. Happy Father's Day to you as well. Marcus, good morning. Lance, good morning mate. Good to see ya. How's Brittany? Michiel, goedemorgen. Manzi, good morning. Master Bacon, good morning. In my own opinion, this is one of the prettiest machines flying now. The minimalistic Finnair livery complements the sleek lines of the A350 in my humble opinion. Bringing us together since 1923. That's 102 years now. Butt shot? Question mark? I think we are going to be blessed with a Finnair A350 butt shot, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it. Mod70, goedemorgen, good morning. FJWH, good morning. Martino, goedemorgen, good morning. Patrick SA, good morning. Marcus, good morning. Karsten, already said hi to. Adi, goedemorgen. Sven, goedemorgen, good morning. Roy says Star Alliance livery is underway. Great to hear that, Lance. Hope you're enjoying. How's the weather over there? Similar to over here? Probably a bit warmer, or... Mike Wild, good morning mate. Good to see you again. Thibaut, goedemorgen kerel. Peter, goedemorgen. René, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show everybody. This is a KLM A330-200 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. 8 hours and 12 minutes on the way. It's the PHAOA. AOA. 19 years old, first flight August 2005. Tippy toey. Will we get some reversers? Awesome! Jan, goedemorgen. Butje, goedemorgen, good morning. Quint, goedemorgen, good morning. Sander, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Vlaardingen. Lance says that the weather in Brittany is echt mooi. 25C, blauw. Nice, mate. Nice. That's ideal weather to be doing outdoor activities in. Not too warm, not too cold. Over here it is still a bit coolish, but it is expected to get about 20 degrees C here later. With the wind it is still a bit chilly, so that's why I'm wearing a vest. Also to get my my forearms a little rest from the UV exposure. They're not burnt, but they were getting close. I think it was the day before yesterday that caused it. Hey, Mrs. Professor, also back. Good to see ya. Jillard, goedemorgen. Bas, goedemorgen. Jessica, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the A380 baby bus. First airplane of the show, Air France. If we're lucky, we might get to see it again. It should be flying back to Paris and then maybe back to Amsterdam again before the stream is over. Also, the Finnair, bringing us together since 1923, already landed, the A350. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Reasonable horizontality already. We're expecting, or at least according to the TAF, 14 knots of westerly wind. In other words, pure crosswind. And even though that's not stormy wind, it should be enough to cause some crabbing. You can already see the airplanes are leaning in a little bit against the wind. This is SAS, flight 1553, returning from Stockholm, A320neo. Registration Sea-Rock. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Are you tuning in from your holiday destination? Hope you're having fun. Still at Tenerife? Walter, goedemorgen. Joppie, goedemorgen. Good morning. Jessica will be flying to Turkey with her husband. Do you know what airplane you'll be flying? Are you flying Turkish or are you flying KLM? Or a different carrier? Oh no, Marissa's back. Well, at least the weather over here is also decent. Not as clammy as we had in the last couple of days. But yeah, it goes so quickly. Are you still free from work or do you have to go to work again tomorrow? Mark, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Olaf, good morning. Anita en Leonard, goedemorgen. German Monster, good morning. Corendon, 9 o'clock. Will that be a Dreamliner, Jessica? Or will you be flying a narrow body? The Crow Crew has also arrived, welcoming the AMS Live viewers. They're everywhere again. They're battling for the best seat in the house, as you can see. The fight's not over yet. Everybody's vying for a front row seat to be watching AMS Live in real life. My airborne ground crew, so to speak. What is coming in next? This is EasyJet arriving from London Stansted. An A319. Flight time 35 minutes. Peter, goedemorgen. Sander warning us that Air China Cargo will be coming in a few moments. Arriving in a few moments. Lars, goedemorgen. Angelo, goedemorgen. Familie Davina, goedemorgen. Mark, goedemorgen. Nice Soundtrack Promotions, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hans Zwanenburg, goedemorgen. Edwin, morgen. Amar, goedemorgen. En Emilia, goedemorgen. Greetings back to Belgrade, to Sailor 92. Delta Airlines up next, arriving from Salt Lake City. First Delta of the show. I can definitely hear sounds coming from over there. The Mud Masters are also ongoing. They were doing that as well yesterday. A mud run. Basically all the things that they make you do, allegedly, I don't know for sure because I have never been to the military myself, but all the things that you need to do, running, climbing stuff, crawling under stuff and whatnot, people are doing voluntarily over there. It's probably the entire weekend. In the meantime, already a massive big thank you to Karsten. Karsten just now went ahead, gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. So early in the stream already, you didn't have to do that, but you went ahead, did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to use those custom emojis, guys. 32 of them. They're there to be had fun with. So make sure you use them however you see please. However you see fit, however you please. Right, well, this Delta definitely is pointing its nose a little bit towards us. It's Delta Airlines Flight 56. November 414 Delta Zulu. 9 hours and 4 minutes ago it departed from Utah, Salt Lake City. Not Mita, but Utah. 3-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Peter asks if any military airplanes will be arriving for the NATO top. Undoubtedly, though there weren't any scheduled for today. Adi Klaas, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Ewald, goedemorgen. Kevin, goedemorgen. Diary of Pin, goedemorgen. Rebel D Cats, good morning. Ralf, goedemorgen. Herzlich willkommen. Frank Aviator, good morning. Hope you're bringing us good news. Bear with me, goedemorgen. Jewe Slijm, goedemorgen. Let's turn around. Air China Cargo is arriving with an A330-200 arriving from Chengdu in China. There it is already. Looking on flight radar, no other airplanes right behind it. This is the glide slope shot. Just the one airplane. Yeah. Crabbing a little bit. It's looking like it is going to fly to my right. To the left. Looking with the camera to the north. Slowly but surely it is coming. The wind is blowing from the west. In the meantime it says 10 knots. It is expected to pick up as the morning progresses. Up to 14 knots of wind from the west. Pure crosswind in other words. Wind perpendicular to the runway heading. Should make for some nice crabbing arrivals. David, goedemorgen. Or is it David? Welcome to the show. All others who have joined in the meantime, you're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. At the moment the only runway for arrivals. Later, Centro is also going to open up a secondary runway, basically the same as yesterday, which is the standard configuration for when wind is blowing from the south, whether it is southwest or southeast. Ooh, nice. Little bit of reversers being applied there. Briefly. Bom dia. Goedemorgen. Ja, heerlijk. Veel beter dan gisteren. Lekker temperatuurtje dit. Dit is beter. Dit mag het hele jaar zijn. Hey, fijne dag. Dank je. In the meantime, David or David is also celebrating 3 months of membership already. 3 months a member with you. Continue the way you have. He writes in Dutch. I will definitely do that, David or David. Thank you so much for your support and for your kind words. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Do let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Let me see what I can do to fix it then. Jurk, goedemorgen. Good morning. Texas, goedemorgen, good morning. Michael, goedemorgen. Babbers, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. And this is the Polderbaan. It was once again my friend originally from Portugal that I greeted just now, walking the dogs, always his camera with him, always taking pictures of airplanes landing here while walking the dogs if ever there is an interesting airplane to register. We need to wait. If all is well, the next airplane should be turning in from the left, KLM Flight 644, 78710, arriving from New York, JFK. Gives us a moment to have a quick look at the weather and whatnot. So the wind is blowing from the west, a little bit of variety between a little bit north of west and south of west, 10 knots, that's what it was when I entered the meter in the ticker before going live. A refresh will probably give us a new meter or an error. No worries, we can just click. It's just... Yeah, this is, I think, the same. Yeah, this is still the same meter. The new meter is going to be released any moment now because it is 5 minutes to the hour. Yeah, well, as you can see, globally, not much airborne. There are 3 747s underway. Now also one arriving from Africa. This is arriving tonight, and this is arriving come dinner time, and this one is arriving I think around 3. Yeah, so all out of the scope of today's show. The Emirates A380 146 is late today, going to land on the center runway presumably, but we'll stick around for it. And Jesus is also not visiting the Netherlands, it's going to Naples. So yeah, in that respect a bit of a dull day. We have had more interesting shows in that respect, but hopefully it will get better because of the wind picking up in the show. Philip, good morning. Aeolus Capital, good morning. Eddie, goedemorgen. Esther Benjamins, goedemorgen, good morning. The next airplane has arrived. There it is. KLM Flight 644 arriving from New York, JFK. 78710 Dreamliner. Abhishek, good morning. Shinmai, goedemorgen. KLM Flight 644 is a 78710 Dreamliner arriving from New York, JFK. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Golf. 5 years old, first flight January 2020. More airplanes are arriving, including a 777 from KLM arriving from Dubai. Interesting, don't see that very often. Also, and I'm already looking left of me, a little bit behind me, because I am looking for a 777 that is arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa, which on paper should be visible for me. If only I know where I need to look, which is always the challenging part. At least now the sky in the west, just above the horizon, is blue, and it makes it a bit easier to see than if it were more hazy. Still, first film this landing. Another wheelie competition day by the looks of it. Well, bring it on. I'm here to register it. Keep it coming. Pixie, good morning. Dia, goedemorgen. Captain Eddie Bos en Andy Young, good evening. Mark, goedemorgen. Geert, goedemorgen. Yo, good morning. Tina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Sunday. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan. Bit of wind from the west. In other words, bit of crosswind. I do have the 777 now, flying right next to me. Well, a little bit north of me, but still. There it is. That is KLM flight 592, 777-300ER, arriving from Johannesburg. Probably not the next airplane already. I'm thinking the KLM triple arriving from Dubai will probably be first. Wolfgang indicating that a Star Alliance United is also expected in 15 minutes. That's good news. Oh, only 3.5 hours of delay for the KLM flight arriving from Dubai. That explains a lot, Marissa. Thank you for letting us know. Ordinarily not an airplane that would be in the scope of this stream. Even the morning streams, still too early. Alright, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to be the first airplane to land? It almost looks like it, doesn't it? If they're already turning it in. I'm thinking we're going to get double triples, with this being the first airplane to land here. And then the 777 arriving from Dubai. Gear is still up. But I'm expecting, by the way they are vectoring it, that they're going to lower it pretty soon, because it's now flying base already. I think this is going to be the next airplane to land here. So yeah, gear down. When is the signal going to be given? There you go, they just did it. Yep. I'm telling you, this is going to be the next airplane to land here. Right, double triple time. 2 777-300ERs back to back. Jacob Double, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan. Crosswindy conditions. Look at that. That's a 777-300ER. Where's the other 777? Ah, there it is. On the right. Double triple time. First triple, by the looks of it, established. The second one is turning in. Hey Kjell, good morning. Kritik, good morning. Lovely. 2 KLM 777-300ERs. In the foreground, flight 592. That's arriving from Johannesburg, South. After that, on the left, KLM flight 428 with a delay of 3.5 hours, arriving from Dubai. Menno, goedemorgen. Erika, goedemorgen. Good morning to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody. Sit back and relax. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is Polderbaan arrivals. With wind blowing from the west, perpendicular to the runway heading. Double-digit wind speeds expected to increase as the morning progresses towards 15 knots or so. Dutchie XXL, goedemorgen. George T, good morning. And thank you so much for noticing, George. I do try to discern myself from the other live streamers with my camera work. Not everybody picks it up. There are plenty of people who will happily watch a stream filmed with an iPhone and by hand or a poor tripod, but people who know. That was a quite subdued landing, as we are used to of KLM wide bodies. Maybe we'll get lucky this time around. This is KLM 5428, normally outside of the scope of this this morning stream. Arriving from Dubai, 6 hours 50 minutes on the way. PH BVV Bravo Victor Victor. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Dinesh, goedemorgen. Al Mustafa, good morning. No queens this morning, unfortunately. Jaden, goeiedag. Martin, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Flap surface is immaculate as ever. I'm hearing something overhead, I'm looking up. I think I do see the airplane that is causing the noise. Only barely visible. Probably a bit lower already, there it is. Looks like a Dreamliner, judging the wing shape. United? Not sure that it is. If I had to guess, I would say it is United, but it's now flying a bit northwest of me already, and also northwest bound. Remco asks in Dutch if I already know where the A380 is going to land. Almost certainly the center runway. Almost certainly the center runway. Good morning, Shelly Main. And good morning, all others. Check it out. Air China Cargo, or what is it? No, China Cargo Airlines. With the 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai in China. Now turning in. Here in the foreground we have a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Another airplane is turning in the background. That is an EasyJet A320. So ballet in the sky. That's what we love to see over here. The airplane's crabbing. The backdrop crisp. Airplane ballet. And it was United Frankfurt to Chicago. There you go. Pretty soon we are going to see United ourselves here, landing. Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco is still over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but it is approaching the Dutch coastline, so won't be long before we're going to see it here on the Polderbaan. The FO is busy. Haven't seen the firefighters yet. This is what the scale of windsock is looking like. Oh, it is Lise. Goedemorgen, Lisette B. Some people chilling over there. Not exactly sure if that is allowed. Well, I do know. That's not allowed. Stuff coming up Overhead, outbound, departure from runway 24. Let's not get distracted too much by what is passing overhead and might also be audible on the mic. This is China Cargo Airlines Flight 209 arriving from Shanghai in China. 10 hours 26 minutes underway already. The Bravo 222 Juliet is its registration. 777 freighter, relatively new, 2 years old, first flight July 2022, so it's going to turn 3 next month. And after this, an EasyJet A320 arriving from London Gatwick. KLM Embraer 190 returning from Berlin after that. Back to the narrow bodies. Temporarily. Flaps not as clean as KLM's, but still decent for a Chinese widebody, I think. Gertin en Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Angela, goedemorgen. Dennis, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Sunday. Wind on a scale of chimney smoke, currently looking like this. The wind is blowing from the west. Big picture overview, this is looking to the north, this is looking in the direction of the wind, the west. Clear sky. More cloudiness, land inward. That's to the east, this is to the south. You can see that there are some cirrus clouds south of me, directly west, where the wind is blowing from blue skies. But that's almost always the case during the summer. We're not far away from the Gulf of Yorkshire as the crows fly. It's always brighter and sunnier in the coastal region. Good morning, Endeavour 88. Luana, goedemorgen. Alles goed, Angela. Met jou ook? EasyJet arriving from London Gatwick, A320. 41 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration. London Amsterdam usually averages around 40 to 45 minutes, regardless of what airport they were traveling from or to. Similar flight time for Luxembourg, Amsterdam, for Paris, Amsterdam. A couple of destinations that are an hour's flying away: Dublin, Berlin. Also, most Danish destinations approximately an hour away. 2-hour destinations: Madrid, Helsinki. 3-hour destinations: Athens and Istanbul. Hey, A340 expected outbound. Is it flying again? Keep me posted, guys. Keep me posted. It's been a while since I last saw the A340 active. Rumor has it was on a parking stand for a while. They normally fly into Amsterdam on Thursdays and on Saturdays and back again on Fridays and Sundays. Missed them the previous 3 days, so happy with your announcement, Wolfgang. This is KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin. That's one of those 1-hour destinations like I was mentioning earlier. Flight time for this flight, 1 hour and 2 minutes. Embraer 190. And the FO busy. Bloodshot, question mark. Exit, stage left. Yes, sir. Nienke, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan. We have wind blowing from the west. That's perpendicular to the runway heading. In other words, all the wind is crosswind today. And a massive big thank you to Raven Rock, who just now went ahead and gifted another 5 memberships. That's 5 new members courtesy of you, Raven Rock. I hope everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at the disposal for a month. 32 of them, use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want if you're a member, so feel free to do that. I challenge you all to get creative with them, make us laugh, use them as inappropriately as you can think of. That's what they're all about, having fun with. United is next after this. This is Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. 1 hour 40 minutes on the way. The 9ACTH. Got a new iteration of the membership and membership renewal widgets after consulting ChatGPT. Work in progress, we're getting there. Yorkshire Biker also reached out to me yesterday evening. He also offered to look into it, so I've also sent him some code, see what he can do to help. Hopefully we'll get it automated soon. If all is well, whenever somebody who never has been a member before registers as a member, it should pop up green automatically and say username just became a member or something to that extent. And if somebody who was a member already before renews their membership, it should pop up blue and it should say member, the member name just became a member again, something to that extent. So hopefully that is going to work out. We'll see. We'll get there slowly but surely. This is United flight 968 in the Star Alliance livery, 777-200 now about to touch down after 9 hours and 58 minutes of flight. Idle reverse landing. The slots are open, they're bleeding air, but they're not spooling up the engines to make the brake effect more strong. Raven Rock, what are you doing? Super chatting coffee and stroopwafel time for boy, yes? Well, the coffee I can say yes to. The stroopwafel I still will have to put on hold, or maybe just one. I am still on a diet. I am still restricting my calorie intake. Of course, a stroopwafel can be in the diet, but I will have to be careful with what I eat the rest of the day and not do that too regularly. Yeah, I think I can make an exception for your stroopwafel there, Raven Rock. Thank you so much. I will make an exception for the stroopwafel from Raven Rock. Thank you. And of course, coffee. I drink my coffee black, so that's never a problem. J. Ramy also back. Welcome back, sir. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 672, an A380-200 arriving back from Montreal, Canada. Woof is the registration, but it's also what you say when you see it land. Woof. Beautiful. Returning after 5 hours and 59 minutes. Montreal, just 6 hours of flying away. Idle reverse landing. Typical KLM, unfortunately. KLM wide bodies pulling up the reversers is the exception to the rule. Although we did get spoiled the last couple of days on several occasions. Remarkably. Ramon says 1 stroopwafel is equal to 1 airplane dance. That's a nice way of calculating the calories, mate. Dave Lee also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Hello there, Chills. Welcome. Dennis asks what the wind is like. You can see it in the METAR. I will take you through it in a moment. Right now we have a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka an A220 from Air France arriving from Paris. The airplane that you see behind it is a 737-800 from Tarom, arriving from Bucharest. Henk, goedemorgen. Air France flight 1444. Flight time 46 minutes, like I said before. Paris, Amsterdam, usually averages around 45 minutes or so. Chills has to go. That's a pity, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, Wolfgang says that the A380, the A340 has been delayed until 12:32. Okay. Okay, you'll be back in an hour or so. Right, well, take it easy and we'll see you later then, Chills. We'll be still around. Right, so people asking about the wind, have a look in the ticker. You will find the METAR. The METAR is the weather report updated twice an hour, 5 minutes to the hour and 25 minutes past the hour. EHAM, that's the Schiphol abbreviation for of the international, one of the two abbreviations for Schiphol Airport, together with AMS. Then the date and the time of the report. Let me just start it over again, so that you can see it again. Then the date and the time of the report. The 15th is today, 7:25 Zulu time, that's 9:25, so it's an hour old already. The wind, 270 degrees, that's from the west, 10 knots, that's what it says after that. Then it says 240 V310, and that's the wind direction, which is variable between 240 and 310 degrees. Let me also show you, so that's visibly over here, 270 is this. And variable between 240 and what was it, 310, that means that the wind varies from here till here. Here you can see the wind speed and it's also indicated over here. 9999 means that the ground level visibility is 10 plus kilometers, is also indicated over here. Few clouds at 1600 feet. Those are the few friendly clouds that we see around the airport. The temperature is 18 degrees C. The dew point is 13 degrees C. The air pressure is 1019 hectopascals and no significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. While we are here, because there is also a new METAR out by now, let's refresh and see what it says. We had 10 knots of wind from the west, now it is 11 knots. And yeah, just more or less the same wind. Temperature has climbed, now 19 degrees C, so almost 70 Fahrenheit for those of you who are used to Fahrenheit. Let me quickly paste it in the METAR, in the ticker. Then it's back to the camera controls. We have a nice 2-airplane glide slope shot with a KLM 737 in the foreground and a widebody in the background. Here in the foreground we have KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. 737-800, the PHBCD. And good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Malibu, greeting us from Germany. Greetings back to you and welcome to the show. We already saw a 777-300ER arriving from Cape Town, from Johannesburg, South Africa. Here we have the other one arriving from Cape Town, South. This is KLM flight 592. 10 hours, 52 minutes on the way. 777-300ER, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor uniform. 7-year-old airplane, first flight September 2017. AH76 Football, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others. Mike Hockards, good morning. Cape Town, home of Batman, indeed. Wait, wasn't that Gotham City? Or is Gotham City a nickname for Cape Town? Makes sense if it were. Meanwhile, very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, where winds are blowing from the west. Hopefully they won't turn too far to the northwest, otherwise we might start seeing departures here later, but for now I think we're going to be good here. Transavia flight 6916 is next to arrive. The airplane behind it, KLM flight 1230, 737 and an Embraer respectively. The Transavia 737 on the right is returning from Olbia. The airplane that you see behind it, the KLM Embraer 190, is arriving from Gothenburg. Atlas 747 just got pushed back, but it's going to 18 left, so that's taking off from the runway that is geographically furthest removed from where we are standing. Means that we should be able to see the contours of it. Just like yesterday we saw the 747-8 from Nippon Cargo take off from that runway, or at least Lorenzo did, and he pointed me where I needed to look. He helped me find it. We can still see if we can catch it. Maria is indicating that we have crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying the show and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to help this channel reach a wider audience. People like you guys are interested in aviation, who like banter, who like nature, but who haven't discovered AMS Live yet. Your likes and subscriptions help to find the channel for them. If all is well, an automated green message just now popped up because Wim Koreneef just became a member. Did that happen? Wim, thank you for your support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You do have 32 custom emojis at your disposal now. For as long as you stay on as a member, make sure to use them. They're there to have fun with. Thank you for your vote of confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Lisa and Flores also in the chat. Another Lisa. Nice. 2 Lisas. We also need to number you guys then. Alan is also back in the chat. And it did. So that is working at least. It was working already. It just needs to it just needed to be stopped doing alerts when different events took place. Yesterday we could also see that the green pop up that somebody became a member also happened when somebody renewed their membership, and the widget that was supposed to pop up blue didn't respond to that event. So, and also when I think it was Alan who also just now came back in the chat, and good morning to you, Alan, hope all is well. He gifted a membership, and then all of a sudden we also saw that Big Al became a member. That's also not right. Gizmo68 Kaaskop. Gizmo68 Cheesehead. Are you from the Netherlands by any chance? Why would I think that? Good morning, mate. Vasrodashine, good morning. Sweetie, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who've joined. Time for a butt shot. And then it is time for KM Malta flight 394, which is arriving from Malta. You'd never think it, but there you go. KM Malta Airlines flight 394 next to arrive here, arriving from Malta. Another narrow body behind it, that is a Transavia returning from Pisa. I could definitely go for a slice of pizza right now. KM Malta flight 394 arriving from Malta, 2 hours and 50 minutes on the way. This is the 9H NEF. November Echo Foxtrot. Explore more wonder. I wonder where we should go to explore more wonder. What do you suggest, airplane? And Ian R asks, is there a noise control thing as to the except the occasional reverse thrust? There are strict regulations with respect to noise abatement here in the Netherlands, because Schiphol Airport is located in the west of the Netherlands, the so-called Randstad metropolitan area. That's the whole urbanized area between Amsterdam, Rotterdam, The Hague and Utrecht. Means that a significant portion of our population lives right next to Schiphol. That's why the routes are very strict. That's why there are rules about how to fly, how not to fly. Now, it's always, I think, the pilot's discretion to use reversers or not. Obviously, when not required, they will not do it. And luckily over here it is often not required because the runway is very long. I'm not sure to what degree there are specifications about using the reversers. I think that's just a pilot's discretionary thing. But we do have strict rules and regulations with respect to noise abatement otherwise. That's more, I think that's mostly to do with the routing, the routes that the airplanes are flying. The required altitudes and speeds and whatnot. Next up, WestJet. Another MAX 8 737 arriving from Halifax in Canada. Only recently have they begun servicing Amsterdam. MAX 8's 5 hour and 34 minutes of flight. Anthony, goedemorgen. Dave was here, good morning. All is well over here. Thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, mate. Tom, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others. Helsinki spotting, good morning. Yep, Transatlantic on 737. The MAX 8s and the Airbus A321neos are capable of doing it. Next airplane is BA Flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. 44 minutes on the way. GEUUI is the registration. 22 years old already, first flight September 2002. Either reverse landing. Just roll out. Alright, next up, TUI. TUI Dreamliner. TUI Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire. Here we go. Narrow body behind it, that is a KLM 737-900. Arriving from Copenhagen. KLM A321neo arriving from London Heathrow is turning in. Dreamliner is nicely crabbing in. TUI Flight 365. It's Belgian registered. It's the OO JDL. 8 hours and 35 minutes on the way, 7878 Dreamliner. 11-year-old airplane, first flight November 2013. Flap surfaces, pristine, beautiful to see. The flap surfaces of this Dreamliner look cleaner than the doors of on my car do. Have to give them that. Flying Picket, good morning. Welcome back. And welcome back all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And this is Steven Seagal. Also doing a cameo saying hi to all the viewers. Right now, 2 KLMs on the glide slope here in the foreground. Flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen, and behind it is an A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. Ask KLM for a wash. That would be nice, wouldn't it? If they were able to clean up the car as clean as they clean those flap surfaces on those wide bodies. Poeh. Haditini, goedemorgen. Good morning, John. Ha Overheem, goedemorgen. No reversers. Just rolling out, keeping up the speed. That's KLM style. Keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. That's KLM policy for you here on the Polderbaan. And also a massive big thank you to Lello for a very generous super chat there, and lovely kind words. Excellent camera work and appreciate friendly upbeat atmosphere. Continued growth to your stream. Thank you so much for your kind words and thank you so much for your generosity, Lello. I'm happy to hear that you are appreciating what I try to do here. I hope that goes for everybody. Thank you so much for the kind words. I will try to keep it up, and yeah, hopefully it will lead to more growth and more upbeat people in the chat. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your very generous super chat there, Lello. Now, if you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It is a free way to support the channel and help us reach that wider audience of like-minded people. People who like a joke here and there, who like airplanes, and who also like to see duckies and ducklings. And ducklings not getting eaten by herons. Filthy animal. KLM A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. Sky Express arriving from Zakynthos up next. Demi, goedemorgen. Revilo, goedemorgen, good morning. From Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean, Olivier. Oh yeah, of course, Olivier. Olivier spelled backwards. Good morning, Olivier. Good evening, Bob, good to see ya. Luke asks in Dutch, do you film yourself and are you outside? I am curious. No, this is all pre-recorded and this is just a automated program. I also have the program sense that when there are pedestrians that I point my camera to them, and when there are ducks nearby to film them, to zoom in. It's all pre-recorded. Melix, goedemorgen. Car Wash Gaming, good morning. Indeed, Bombardinet, it's a full AI stream. Morgen, David. Sky Express. Will they tell us that Greece is bliss? Yes, they will. All right. Mr. Washi Washi. Russell Crowe chilling and relaxing on the other side in the grass. Here we have Transavia flight 5472 arriving from Meon. Jose Luis, good morning. Good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, where we have somewhat of a crosswind today. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. Look at this. Widebody as number 3. It's a linear 3 airplane glide slope. We have a Lufty A319 here on the far right in the foreground. RWY Morocco A320 arriving from Tangier behind it, and a Chinese 777 freighter arriving from China, from Shanghai as number 3. Why is it called AMS Live? Should be AMS Recorded then. Yeah, I always have to laugh when people are watching a stream that has ended and are commenting below it. This is not live. It's betrayal. You're watching AMS Not Live, the primary scammer YouTube channel of the Netherlands, where we fake things are happening live, but it's actually all pre-recorded. So even this discussion about whether or not it was live already I thought out beforehand. This is all my plan. Butt shot, but only a quickie. In that time frame, it gives me enough time to go over to the computer and once again massively thank Lello, who just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships. You really did not have to do that, Lello. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. Much appreciated. I hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will say thank you to you and will also enjoy those custom emojis that they now have at their disposal. 32 of them. If you got a membership gifted to you, you have access to them for a month. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use all the emojis to your heart's desire. Get creative with them, but use them. By all means, use them. Thank you so much once again, Lello, for your generosity. Already a very generous super chat, now also 10 memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Skylines, new members. And don't forget to say thank you. Next up, we have RWY Morocco arriving from Tangier. That's in Morocco, that's in the north of. This is an A320 underway now for 2 hours and 33 minutes. Behind it, a Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai in China. There's your Temu packages and AliExpress. The wind is blowing from the east and it is expected to pick up until up to approximately 14 knots. Should continue to blow from the west, in other words, perpendicular runway heading. I hope it's not going to get too much northwesterly, because then we might run the risk of a runway use change. This runway will still be in use then, but it might be that they will resort to using it for departures then. Don't think it's going to happen anytime soon yet, but you never know here at Schiphol Airport. John says, I'm going to put you forward to be the next Bond villain. Thank you so much. If there's ever a role that I would want to play, if I were to have any actor aspirations, it would be a villain. Bond villain is of course the pinnacle of film villainry. Thank you for your nomination then, John. Fingers crossed. Now, 10 hours, 33 minutes away for an angry looking China Southern Cargo 777 from Shanghai in China. Will it reverse? slightly. Roy says, ITA on the way, yeah! He's looking forward to that, and so am I. Matt, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again. Mark zijn spamzender, goedemorgen. Mike agrees, perfect role. Bond villain. Only if I can have a nice little long-haired cat on my lap as well. Alan, I knew you'd come with a joke like that. I can definitely see you just stroking that pussy, lol. Hey, keep it family friendly, mate. SK Live Music Channel, good morning. Good morning, Angela J. You have a great Sunday too. Thank you for your greets. This is Transavia flight 6820. While Norwegian is passing overhead, flying out again. This Transavia is returning from Ljubljana in Slovenia. And Norwegian is already back again, airborne, outbound. Yeah. Siegfried Nansen or something? Wasn't that the guy? Not sure. Angela asks, where are the ducks? Good question, Angela. Yesterday it was teeming with them in the water already before I went live. Now I haven't seen a single duck, coot or grebe yet. Looking around in the water to the north, over here, and also south of me, you can see that the water is devoid of any aquatic birds. So yeah, I'll keep my eye out for you, but I haven't seen them yet. I'm sure they'll resurface at some point. They always do. We do know by now that most ducks are night owls, like to sleep in. So if I see any, I will show you. But I haven't seen any yet. Guten Morgen, the debating mom. Octopussy, indeed, Mike. That would be ideal if they would make a remake of that. Aviation now, good morning. Peter is going for a bike ride. Enjoy, mate. It is beautiful weather for a bike ride, although a bit windy. Second ITA on the way, Roy says. Yeah, often in the morning hours when you see one, there's always a second one not too far away. It is 10:47 though, so hopefully the ITAs will land before 11. Between 11 and 11:40, once again, we're going to resort to using a second runway for the inbound rush hour. Espen, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. And Sandra as well. Welcome back, guys. Happy Sunday to you all. Renate, goedemorgen. Indeed, it is nice and crisp out here, Hank. With the exception of the friendly low clouds that are predominantly now to the southeast. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the southeast. This is looking to the south. Over here, almost no clouds. Few cirrus clouds here and there. Now mostly to the north and to the northwest. If you look further out over sea, it is also mostly clear. So yeah, lovely day, bit of wind, lower temperatures. No longer as clammy as it was yesterday and the day before yesterday in particular. Regarding all this aviation, Frank suggests to call the Bond movie Octane Pussy. Absolutely. High octane villainy from me. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. Both ITAs assigned to the Polderbaan already. Angela is going to have breakfast. Enjoy, Angela, and enjoy the rest of your day if we don't get to see you again after your breakfast. Alrighty, the first ITA is now number 2. After a Transavia returning from Innsbruck. Hope to be on that flight again in a couple of months from now. Did not go skiing last winter sports season and I am regretting that. Just have to compensate in the upcoming winter. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's a beautiful airport. If you ever get the chance to fly an airplane into it, do so. Particularly during winter. Personally like the approach from the east best. Flying through the Inn Valley. Severely clouded in Hoogeveen. That's in the northeast of the country, Glenn says. And the ski fields are open over here, Maria says. Yeah, it's of course getting wintry over there by now. Here in a couple of days, next week, during the NATO summit, our longest day on the northern hemisphere, and of course the shortest day for you guys down under on the southern hemisphere. Eftelboy also back in the chat, good to see ya. Stefan F1 edits, good morning. Elizabeth, good evening, welcome back. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan. We have wind blowing from the west and ITA on the final stages of its descent. ITA Airways flight 108 arriving from Rome. 1 hour and 54 minutes on the way. Irish registered EIHXA. That's interesting. The airplane is a year old. First flight October 2023 means that in a couple of months this airplane is going to turn 2. A321neo. Beautiful shade of blue, isn't it? What a stunner. Even if the sun is not shining fully on it yet, this time of day, standing here. And the intricate details with the right lighting. With the right lighting becoming more apparent, if you look closely you can see them. At 13:04, goedemorgen, good morning, welcome back. Joey, goedemorgen. Joey asks, are there any big planes coming? No, it's only going to be Embraers here until the rest of eternity. Julian Danny, goedemorgen. No more C-17s have arrived, Peter. Right now we have number 175 arriving from Nuremberg here in the foreground. You can already see some airplanes in the background, among which is an A319 from ITA arriving from Milan. And before that should be an Aegean A321neo arriving from Athens. Now the big planes will come, Joey, but right now it is rush hour for the narrow bodies. They always come in waves. Couple more will definitely be expected later in the morning. This is KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. 58 minutes on the way. Talita, goedemorgen. The FO's very busy today with piloting. Hey, goedemorgen. Stefan F1 Edits has arrived. Alles goed?
Ja, met jou?
Ja, zeker goed. Lekker weertje. Niet meer zo warm als de afgelopen tijd.
Lekker. Ja, het is warm de afgelopen tijd.
Heel warm, ja. Blij dat het nu weer wat beter is.
20 graden of zoiets?
Ja, zoiets. Aviation bij Jensen, good morning. PB477, good morning.
jammer dat er nog
Next.
heel veel grote verkeer aankomt.
Nog niet, nog niet.
Nee, op een half uurtje of zo, toch?
Juriaan, goedemorgen. Next up, Aegean Airlines A321neo. That's the SXNAO. 3 hours and 3 minutes on the way. Like I said before, Athens and Amsterdam, approximately 3 hours of flying away. Same for Istanbul, so this is a nominal flight duration. The airplane, a year old, first flight April 2024. Juriaan, goedemorgen. Vlekje, flapje, goedemorgen. Wolfgang says greets to the ground crew.
Yeah. Things back, I guess.
Greets back from the ground crew. Hey there, Sadi. Good morning. Hey, something happened with the nose. It's got an Angry Birds nose. De SXNAO.
Was net nog wel veel groot, of niet?
Wat zeg je?
Was er net wel veel groot verkeer of?
Mwah, mwah.
Gewoon een beetje normaal.
Normaal inderdaad.
Ja.
Next up, another ITA Airways. Where there's one, there's always a second close by, and today is no exception. We have ITA Airways flight 120. This is an A319 arriving from Milan. 1 hour and 19 minutes on the way. This one also Irish registered. EIMS. Hadi Rob, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others. Selwyn, goedemorgen. Good morning. This particular airplane is already 13 years old. First flight was in November 2011. Okay, then flight 1030 arriving from Chester is behind it. That's number 175. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Munich behind it. That's KLM flight 1850. Olivier, goedemorgen. It's 4 minutes to 11, so in 4 minutes or so, parallel arrivals are going to commence for approximately 40 minutes. From 11:40 until 1, once again, the Polderbaan, the only runway for inbound traffic. Joke, goedemorgen. Stoof, goedemorgen. And Rob just had a gluten intolerant breakfast. As long as it doesn't give you the cramps. That's the most important thing. Jaap, goedemorgen. Highway 6771, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right at the moment for a few more minutes. The only runway for inbound traffic. Pretty soon that's going to change. The wind is blowing from the west. And this is KLM flight 1030 arriving from Chester. That's number 175. 51 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Lima is the registration. Not all are Irish registered, JD. Jörg asks if all ITAs are Irish registered. There are definitely also a few with an I registration, being Italian. But you do see that there are some countries where a lot of airplanes are registered. You also see a disproportional amount of OE registered airplanes. Wolfgang already joked about that not too long ago. That Austria doesn't. What was it again? Austria doesn't have enough airfields for all the Austrian registered airplanes to park at. Something like that. Apparently, Austria is a tax haven for airline companies. Probably some tax-related benefits attached to registering your airplane in Austria versus other countries. Let's have a quick look. As this E2 is drifting in, there is probably a new meter out, and I'm wondering what the wind is doing. It was expected to pick up as the morning progresses. Now 9 knots. Okay, we had 11 just now. The TAF is indicating it might pick up to 14 knots, and as long as the wind is purely from the west, it means all the wind is perpendicular to the runway heading, and it's all crosswind.
We krijgen over 9 minuten weer volgens mij een heavy.
En welke mag dat zijn?
Airbus 330 van Delta.
Ah, Delta A330 expected in how many minutes did you say? 8 minutes. according to Stefan. So we should see another wide body pretty soon, and with a little bit of luck we might also hear it quite well. So there's one airplane type and one carrier that are using the reversers regularly here at Schiphol Airport. It is the Delta A330s. Next up, Iberia Express flight 731 arriving from Madrid. I copied the METAR in the ticker just now, but I did not have the chance to paste it yet, so let's do that right away. 9 knots of wind. Marike, goedemorgen. Jaap, goedemorgen. Jaap asks, when do we get an airplane dance? That's at 1,000 likes. We are now at how many? 444, so almost halfway there. If we reach it, I will do another airplane dance for you guys. If you don't know what it is, might be worthwhile looking into it. If you don't think it is worthwhile, then by all means don't like and subscribe, but it is absolutely going to happen at the next time we'll reach 1,000 likes. Iberia Express arriving from Madrid. After this we are going to see KLM flight 1828 arriving from Stuttgart. That's number 190. What does it say over here? The name Sant Per de Roda.
Dat gaat 18C ook op.
Wat zeg je?
18C ook zo open.
Ja, als het goed is wel. Het zal ongeveer nu moeten plaatsvinden. Stefan asks in Dutch if 18C is also going to open up, and that should happen right about now since it is now 11:01. Ladies and gentlemen, members, dust off that red emoji. It's not the first airplane to arrive, but it is the second.
Hey, eindelijk. Nog een beetje sterker nog.
Yoka asks if there are kings or queens except Emirates. The answer is no. Not before the Emirates A380. No 747s were inbound. At least not arriving before the Emirates A380. There is a 747 expected around 3, and there are 2 that are expected after 6 p.m, so in the evening. Sadi says next weekend will be warm in the Netherlands. Well, the current predictions for the upcoming week are temperatures between 20 and 24 degrees C, so wouldn't necessarily want to call it warm, but it is definitely going to be nice and summery. German Airways in the new livery. What's different? It now officially says operating for KLM Cityhopper. And we have a pixelated tail with the German flag depicted on it. Orange Pride is now taking off. Is that this one then? I think it is. Yeah, that's the Orange Pride. There you go. Orange Pride flying as KLM flight 591. So that is underway to South. Alrighty, let's quickly turn around. Dominic, good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. I always sleep well. I do also almost always sleep too little, but my sleep quality is almost always good. It's my sleep quantity that is a bit. Then again, I have been functioning on little sleep all my life. This is Play, and the chat is bleeding, and rightly so. Play flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. 2 hours and 45 minutes on the way. The TFPPA. Papa Alpha. And indeed, better than the other way around. Absolutely, absolutely. Flap surfaces are pristine, beautiful. Have they been going through the car wash of KLM? I think they might have. So, combo, butt shot and playtime. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Allowing us to see through those see-through engines a bit better. Also coming in next is JetBlue. Flight 631, A321neo, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Martin also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Let's quickly turn back. Here's JetBlue. And what's the name of this particular airplane? Elementary, my dear Watson. Howdy Renato, goedemorgen. And Johnny, thank you for the kind words, mate. You're welcome. Alright, alright. Delta is approaching, and yeah, that's already on the glide slope, so let's have a look at it. There it is. Delta Airlines Flight 74 on the left. Here in the foreground we have KLM Flight 1662 arriving from Bologna. That is number 175. Gear is extending, and once locked in place, yeah, you can see the hatches close. It looks pixelated because it is. This is digital zoom magnifying pixels. 400 times. This is the top end of optical zoom. Technically speaking, Sherlock Holmes never ever says that to Watson in the books. Elementary, my dear Watson. Ah, interesting. I don't read books. I am illiterate. I never know. I don't know what to do with them except burn them, use them for heat. So I have to trust Lisa when she says that. To me, a book is a source of heat. You uncultured peasant. Well, thank you so much, my dear Lisa. Madam, good morning. Goedemorgen. Martin is trying to multitask and watching Le Mans simultaneous with the channel, the chat, the live stream, I should say. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 7 hours and 34 minutes on the way, the November 811 November Whiskey. 19 years old, first flight, July 2005. Thank you, Frank, who says you're doing quite well for someone who is illiterate. Stefan told me you wrote that. I'm unable to read live chat. I'm illiterate, remember? Right. Here she comes. After that, it is back to the Embraers. All 3 species of Embraers that we see here from KLM Cityhopper, the E2 Embraer, the 190, the 175. We're all going to see them. Hell, maybe even a 170 from Cityhopper. All right. Wheelie and reversers. Oh yeah. A full bingo card landing. Buttered the landing, did a wheelie, spooled up the reversers, beautiful. Erik, goedemorgen. Good morning. Right.
My center nu open. Yeah, center is open.
Windsock not very erect, but that's okay because the wind direction is very much perpendicular to the runway heading. It means that all the wind that is blowing as crosswind.
Boy, center is nu open als het goed is.
Center has opened up. Thank you for the information, Stefan. Let's see, the meter from 5 minutes to the hour is indicating 9 knots of wind and is still blowing perpendicular to the runway heading. The TAF is expecting winds to pick up and to be 14 knots through the remainder of the day. Right now, not yet.
Boy, mijn flight radar is gewoon crazy. Ik zei niks over center.
E2 Embraer 195. Alright, flight radar.
Die KLM die leek eerst opgelijnd met center en opeens draait hij helemaal.
Yeah, no, there's nothing landing on center yet.
Ja, mijn flight radar die zei, die lijnde hem echt precies op met center en dan op het laatste moment dan teleporteert hij zo naar weg.
It's interesting. It is 10 minutes past 11 already. Let's have a look. Bezoek bus was not updated yet. Oh wait. Vito Kessel over there. Looking for Pinky and the Brain. I'm expecting Bezoek bus to have updated in the meantime. That's the expected runway use website. Let's see what it says. So it says Polderbaan arrivals, Crosswind until 11, and then center should open from 11 until 11:40. Yeah, Polderbaan arrivals expected for the remainder of the day. So in that respect, standard runway use for the upcoming hours. It's interesting to see then that right now they haven't resorted to using the center runway yet, since it is already 10 minutes past 11 and ordinarily they would have opened up the center runway already. That could be the case. Stefan is speculating that there might not be enough airplanes to open up the center runway. Yeah. Well, one airplane that I also am seeing on flight radar, and maybe if we look closely we can also find it in real life, is the Corendon A350. I already see it. Check it out, World to Fly Corendon A350, there it is. Coming into land here on the Polderbaan. So that's the World to Fly Corendon A350, which is still continuing to the northeast, flying just over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Mercer says no flights assigned to center yet, so maybe they're going to resort to not using the center runway. That's also good.
Dat kan ook betekenen dat we dus later open gaan.
Ja.
Dat zal wel naar zijn voor de Airbus 380 die dan straks komt.
Nee, de A380 die komt sowieso om kwart, die komt om kwart voor 2. The Airbus A380 is already late, so whatever they are doing right now will not necessarily affect our chances of seeing the A380, because they are already non-existent for our chances of seeing it land here on the runway we are standing next to. Yeah, it looks like there is one, well, there's an Embraer landing right now. There is another Embraer 175 that is coming next. And it looks like this is going to be the third airplane to land. Let's continue following it. It is nice to see. Air Baltic special livery. Oh, that's the one who has a that has a sticker. You have to look with a magnifying glass to see it. The 100 E-Jet or something, yeah. Hey, Paul, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. The code I sent you yesterday already is outdated because after that I also asked ChatGPT. I told them what the widgets did wrong, and I already asked ChatGPT to give me new data. Thus far we haven't seen any membership renewals yet, so I don't know yet if the membership widget is triggered by false events and whether or not the proper widget is responding to the proper alert. But there's already a new iteration out. I thought I saw something in the background, but guess not. Right, let's focus on the A350 because it is going to lower its gear pretty soon. Yep, the hatches are opening. Main gear is coming out. And you'll also see the hatches close again when the gear is locked in place. Yep. Ready to go. Corendon A350. And after that, a KLM 737 arrival from Stockholm. Ah, I did see something in the background initially. Yeah. DB Basement also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Well, either way, Paul, thank you so much for taking the time to look into the matter. Very much appreciated. Intuitively, I would also say it has to do with the definition of the events. You have to define clearly to what events it should respond and to which it shouldn't. And I think that is something that needs some tinkering. The fact that the membership widget did trigger yesterday when there was a membership renewal means that there is a trigger to which the widget can respond to. It's just a matter of finding the right term, I think, and making sure that it doesn't get triggered for the wrong events. Almost there. Almost there. Work in progress. Mrs. Professor is going away again. Signing off. Time for her bedtime. Thank you for joining, Mrs. Professor. Sleep well. Hope to see you again later in the upcoming week. Alrighty, Corendon, World to Fly, flight 598, arrival from Willemstad, Curaçao, 8 hours and 45 minutes on the way. The ECNTB, November Tango Bravo, 3 years old, first flight April 2022. Arturo, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Well, I say good afternoon, but it is still morning here, technically speaking. Here in the Netherlands at least. But good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you may be. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is the Polderbaan with a World to Fly Corendon A350 doing a wheelie. With the exception of a few traces of what seems to be oil remnants, pretty clean flap surfaces. Hey there, Ewald, good morning. Veluwe Grizzly, good morning. Eric asks if it is an option to do this at Brussels Airport. It certainly is an option. I think it is an option that is a poor idea though, because there's nowhere near as much traffic at Brussels as there is over here. So I don't think you can do lengthy streams over there. It is a good location if you want to film airplanes and want to make compilation videos, because obviously they receive airplanes and airplane types that we don't see here very regularly. But look at the amount of traffic that comes in and the amount, compare that with Schiphol. And for a live stream, I don't think it is a good location. Hey, good news. Stefan is informing us that there are 2 narrow bodies now coming in and then another wide body. Yeah, I can see it turning in.
En een van die narrowboarders is die 100 Airbus A380 sticker.
There it is already. Right, now we missed the touchdown of a very rare KLM 737. An airplane type you hardly ever see here at Schiphol Airport. Arturo will be leaving to Cancun. I'm almost going to assure you with 100% certainty that you're not going to take off from the Polderbaan, unfortunately. Bezoekbus is not expecting a change in runway use. Jero also back in the chat. Good to see you. Art, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Suparna 747 on the Kaagbaan. Is it already taking off or what?
Ja, hij is aan het rollen.
Rolling right now?
Hij is op 51 knopen.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up, Thibaut. Let's see, last time we saw the wide bodies take off just to the left of the tower. I'm going to keep the shot a little wide. Look over the camera predominantly to see where I see something. I think I have it. I think I saw something over there. Thought I saw a tail. I think we're going to see an airplane pretty soon over here. Bit more. There it is. That's one heavy queen. Now, question is it going to come this way? It's going to fly to China, probably. In the meantime, Air Baltic, Bombardier C-Series, on behalf of Austrian. I'm wondering where the 747 is going to fly to. It's still pretty low, so it's filled. Oh, we have our answer. It's not going this way. Yeah, well, there you go. In that case, let us turn around and be in time for the arrival of the next wide body. For a moment I was hoping that maybe the Suparna 747 would turn to the right and pass overhead. In that case we should be able to see it throughout its outbound leg. Going to Nanjing. Ah, okay. Huilan is also living there. There you go. Welcome to the show, mate. Ray corrects me. He says they're not wide-bodied, they're big-boned. Apologies. Apologies, mate. Duly noted. I'll be more careful with my language next time. A big-boned 747. Heavy-boned. Big-boned. This is KLM Flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas. 8 hours, 48 minutes on the way. 777-200 the PHBQM, Bravo, Quebec, Mike. 19-year-old airplane, first flight March 2006. We crossed through 500 likes, I see. Thank you all so much for the support. 521 likes. That means that we are halfway to an airplane dance. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel. It's an easy and free way to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. Low-key wheelie, not the longest. Yesterday it was more a wheelie competition day. Both the Delta wide-body pilots and the KLM pilots engaging in it. Hadi Siegfried, goedemorgen. André, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. and we are at the Polderbaan. It is a sunny day. We have a bit of a breeze. The wind is blowing from the west. At the moment 9 knots. Expected to reach 14 knots or so. Looking on Flight Radar to tell you what we can expect. It's a disappointing story today. The Orange Pride flying out to Africa. We caught a glimpse of it just now. The first Quad Squad member to arrive will arrive around 1:40. That's going to the wrong runway probably then, unless traffic is so slow that they are not going to open up the center runway, but don't count on it. Emirates A380 expected around 1:40. When I looked this morning before going out and before announcing the stream, there were no airplanes in the air other than this one that just took off. Its ETA is 2:43, and this one, which now instead of 6 p.m. has an ETA of 5:55 p.m. 6 p.m. ETA for the 747 arriving from Nairobi, and there's also a cargo air ACT arriving from Dubai, which is expected later in the afternoon. So not much going on this morning with respect to 747s. The weekends here at Schiphol Airport have been rather slow with 747s actually. Brody also back in the chat, good to see ya. Guten Morgen Hans. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. This is German Airways. It's the Herpa Derpa Derpa, KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. Okay. Another 777 from KLM is underway and expected within 10 minutes. Stefan F1 Edits also here, helping me out, telling us what we can expect with respect to wide bodies. Right, so more wide bodies are underway. For now, a lot of narrow bodies, a lot of butt shots as well. The Herpa Derpa Derpa giving us a beautiful butt shot here. Big picture overview, looking to the west, to the east we have some high clouds in the sky. Looking to the south, mostly blue, some friendly sky, clouds at the horizon further to the south. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke is currently looking like so. Things to the north are most open, beautiful blue sky, just some cirrus clouds, and looking to the west lastly as well. It's not completely KVK because of the few clouds, but otherwise, hold up. Platoon of cyclists also passing by on the cycling path. Then again, it is a cycling path, so it is what the tarmac is for. Even though you sometimes think it is for pedestrians, particularly on weekend days, it can get very busy over here. Right, wide bodies for the time being, but as you can see, quite a few people here already walking to the north, cyclists, people walking to the south, also sitting on the bench. And the cyclists I was referring to earlier, they have to navigate between all the people that are walking here with strollers, and sometimes they walk on the left hand side, sometimes they walk on the right hand side. I was always told in elementary school with traffic lessons that you should walk, if you walk on the cycling path or on the road, that you always should walk on the other side where you face the traffic coming towards you. A lot of the people are sticking to the right hand side and are basically not seeing what comes behind them. John is also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Right, so the third airplane to arrive is a wide body. It should be turning in from the left somewhere. Question is, can we see it already? KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto. Not seeing it yet. Let's focus on another one of those special 737s that you hardly ever see here. KLM, arrival from Paris, flight 1406. Absolute rarity. Maybe once a week or something that you see this. Indeed, Frank, as long as you don't do that with your car, it's okay. I guess you're right. Right, next airplane coming in is Air Oink Oink Pegasus, or Air Oink Oink. Arriving from Istanbul, 3 hours and 8 minutes on the way. Like I said before, Istanbul, Amsterdam averages around 3 hours, normally speaking. That means this is a nominal flight duration. Brand new airplane, first flight June 2024, means that the airplane you're seeing on the right is turning 1 this month. The airplane on the right, on the left, is KLM Asia flight 696, arriving from Toronto in Canada. The gear is still up, but not for much longer. Ik zie het ook op Flight Radar. So an Embraer 170 flying on behalf of KLM after that. The gear is now extending on the KLM triple. After the KLM triple, we'll see an Embraer 170 flying on behalf of KLM. Now, we already know that that is not going to be KLM itself, because they only have Embraer 175s. The Embraer 175s, the 170s are from Cityhopper, Eastern Airways. And bom dia, Gilberto, who is tuning in from São Luís in Brazil, the land of Embraer, indeed. Something I think a company that Brazilians I think are proud of. I know, I definitely would be if I were Brazilian. Pegasus butt shot. Let us quickly turn back for KLM flight 696, arrival from Toronto in Canada. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec Hotel. It is a 777-200ER. 6 hours and 35 minutes on the way. The Embraer 170 already visible over there. And Delta should be turning in from the left, somewhere behind them. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the Delta. So a nice 3 airplane glide slope shot. It's interesting to see that they haven't opened up the centered runway all throughout the last half hour, while normally speaking between 11 and 11:40 a secondary runway opens up for arrivals. I'm not going to run too far ahead of myself, but if that's also going to happen between 1 and 2, we're golden, because that means that the A380 is going to land on this runway. Let's manifest it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's manifest it. This is KLM flight 696 in the meantime. 6 hours and 36 minutes. It's flight time.
In my opinion, it's going to be busy right now. It's going to open right now, and then it will be closed 1 and 2. That would be nice.
Yeah, or maybe switch up the time so that it is closed regardless, the center runway, come the time of the A380 arrival. We're seeing possibilities here. Meanwhile, the Crow crew is looking for higher ground. There they are, overlooking the situation, watching AMS live from a distance. Fidel Castro once again over there looking for Pinky and the Brain. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. We have 573 right now. We're over halfway to an airplane dance. And if you don't want to do it for the airplane dance, but you do like the content, then at least do it for the content, because your likes and subscriptions will really help to bring new people in. People who are also into live aviation, into nature, into banter, but who just haven't discovered the channel yet. Eastern Airways, Cityhopper, Embraer 170 arriving from Humberside on the right. That's an Embraer 170 long range, mind you. 38 minutes on the way for 197 nautical miles. Arriving from Humberside. And on the left we have Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300.
Als center elk moment open gaat, want het wordt nu al wat drukker. Vooral vanuit de rechterkant, zeg maar.
We gaan het zien, we gaan het zien. Stefan speculates that Schiphol is going to open up the center runway pretty soon, since there is more traffic now coming this way, particularly from the east. Might be that he's right. I mean, we haven't seen the runway open up yet between 11 and 11:40, so might be that they're going to open up the runway at a different time. Then again, I have also seen it happen that instead of doing something between 11 and 11:40, they do something, a runway change at 12. If that's the case, they might open up the runway at 12 o'clock in 25 minutes from now. We'll see. Ah, Rick Spring says in Dutch, don't know who is filming this. He should follow a course. And what course do you suggest, Rick? Rick knows everything better. Tell us, what course do I need to follow? Enjoy and enlighten us with your wisdom. Meanwhile, this is Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 35 minutes on the way. The November 816 November Whiskey. Pilot course, right. Terrible to watch, very uneasy, right. Maybe you need to up the settings of your computer. Maybe you're looking at a low frame rate, or... We have a troll in the house, his name is Rick Spring. We're falling for it. And Dugman rightly is indicating that according to bus 18C should be closed in a couple of minutes until 1. Yeah, but you can already see they are diverging from the schedule by not having it open in the first place. It may mean that they're going to skip this period where it normally opens up because lack of traffic. That could definitely be the case. It might also be the case that if it gets more busy later, that they're going to reopen it at a later stage. Alan is signing off. See you later, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Maria is indicating it. Thank you so much. Almost getting there. Airplane dance 400. Well, 392 away. All planes from the east are still assigned to the Polderbaan, Marissa says, so that's good news. Yeah, well... Oh. Oh. Didn't see what it caught, but is that a... That's a fishy. Yeah, well, we're outraged if if it is a heron that is picking up a duckling. But the same can be said for the fish. Steven Seagal is having breakfast and he's getting his daily intake of protein. Hey there, Des. Marco, goedemorgen. That looks fishy. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead with the Stream Deck regardless. Don't want to keep having to turn back to my laptop to press on the button for sound effect. I am going to need that Stream Deck stat so that I can press on the buttons, just like how I can control the zoom with the remote on my tripod leg. Little butt shot from German Airways arriving from Aberdeen. That gives me a moment to quickly go over to the computer and massively thank Johan, who is celebrating 15 months of membership. Hollandse Nieuwe voor de mail, he writes in Dutch. If you're not Dutch, then you don't know what he is being on about. Hollandse Nieuwe is literally translated to English Dutch new. And that's always when the new seasonal herrings are being caught. The first bucket always is auctioned off, and the proceeds will go to what's that called? A good cause. So Hollandse Nieuwe is Dutch new. It's a reference to fresh new herring, the beginning of the new herring season. And that's of course in reference to the seagull who was having a fresh herring. In the meantime, thank you so much for the support, mate. Charity, that's the word I was looking for. And Han also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Fun Air 69, good morning. Zdenek, good morning. Camera late, why? No idea what you mean by that. Please elaborate. Camera late, why? Okay. Let's see, we have KLM flight 1088, number 190 arriving from Cardiff, and Delta Airlines flight 136 in the background. That's an A330-300 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Indeed, Ray, the camera is still, it's the airplanes that are moving. Yeah. Anyway. Marissa says the lack of sleep is catching up to her. Time for a nap. Well, you take a nap, Marissa. Thank you for joining. Welcome back. It's good to have you back, even though I think you probably would have preferred to stay on Tenerife a bit longer. Hope to see you again during the next one, or maybe if your nap is not too long, maybe we'll see you even later in the show. If not, have a great Sunday and see you again, hopefully later in the week. Right, let's quickly turn around. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Here it is. November 809, November Whiskey is the registration. The flight time is 7 hours and 4 minutes. The airplane is 20 years old already. The first flight was in March 2005. Patrick says, it looks like it's windy on Schiphol. Well, it's not gusty. It is crosswindy because the wind that is blowing from the west, and that means it is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading. Oh. Okay. For some reason, a bit wobbly.
Een paar minuten krijgen we een 7-8 van KLM.
Een 7-8, nice. Oh yeah, it's getting busy. It's getting busy. Quite a few airplanes on the glide slope already. Mostly narrow bodies, but there are definitely a few wide bodies also approaching. Alright, let's see. This is 1, 2 airplanes. There should be a third. That's usually at 7 o'clock. There it is. Let's see, Embraer 190, Embraer 175 and a 737 are coming in. KLM, Transavia respectively. And indeed, as Stefan was also noticing, the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. Anthony asks, what are your plans if Schiphol is going on lock next week? Well, it's not going on lock completely. So it is dependent on what will still be accessible. I don't know yet what the plan is going to be. You guys seem to think that I have everything figured out, but for me it's also a first, and I don't know yet how well the roads are going to be accessible, what runway runway use is going to be like. If all is well, the whole Polderbaan area is going to be closed down, but the rest of the airport should still be accessible. Mind you, there are going to be 3 runways in use because Polderbaan is used as a parking lot and runway 0927 is closed for maintenance. Means that everything taking place at Schiphol with regular traffic will focus around the main platform area. So if Kaagbaan and McDonald's are still accessible, obviously I'm going to go to those locations. Maybe a different location, don't know yet. It all depends on how well Schiphol is going to be accessible for me. I'm living on the wrong side basically because the A4 highway that you need to travel over to get to Schiphol will be closed off for part, and also the entrances and exits will be closed. So zeg je? Of ik weet wat? Air Force One? Nee, geen idee. Dat is geen publieke informatie. Everybody wants to know about Air Force One, but the honest answer is that is classified and will not be released.
Ja, ik dacht misschien weet jij het wel, maar waarschijnlijk niet.
Nee. Hey, buddy, aka Dukman, just now contributed via PayPal very generously for a contribution for a stream deck. Mate, thank you so much for that. You really did not have to do that, Dukman. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. A very generous contribution for a stream deck purchase via PayPal. Mate, thank you so much. I've checked it out. There's a clamp that is able to hold the stream deck that I can also use to attach to the tripod leg. So I'm thinking clamp and stream deck, and then a wire, and the PD hub should be able to power everything. Looking to go ahead and buy all those things in the upcoming week. In the meantime, Transavia is arriving. In the background we see KLM with an Embraer 190 arriving from Aalborg. This is Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga. I'm hearing props. I'm hearing propellers. Something is passing overhead. Something is passing overhead, but I'm not seeing it. You can never use too much sound effects. You're absolutely right, mate. You're absolutely right. Time to reboot. And Marco is super chatting for a lettuce with respect to your diet. What? Mate, thank you so much, Marco. Much appreciated. I will go over to the supermarket and buy that lettuce on my way back. Have lunch on your stead. Thank you so much, mate. That was a Hercules passing overhead. Well, I'm already not seeing it. It didn't produce a contrail. I was looking up. Wasn't able to see anything. Zeg je? 7.6. Let us reveal next stream. Howdy Jasper, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan with wind blowing from the west, and that means that all the wind is blowing perpendicular to the runway heading. It means that all wind is causing crosswind. This is German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. It's number 190. We hardly ever see them over here. Oh wait, next airplane is also number 190. And after that it is a flying AMS Live logo. KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX. It is a flying AMS Live logo, I'm saying, but is it really though? Let's see. Can we get it to fit? Nah, the curvature is not enough. It is a fake, it is a counter fake AMS Live logo. It's a wannabe AMS Live logo. Not nearly as much flex in those wings as are in the real logo. Damn it. Here I was thinking maybe I could sue KLM for using my logo without permission, but there you go. Sla je slag. It's a play on word in Dutch. Sla means hitting. Sla je slag is go get it while the getting is good. It also means lettuce in Dutch. It's a play on words that only if you are a Dutch native speaker you will probably understand. It's an AMS Live logo, indeed it is. It is crabbing a little bit. Let's also see if we have a moment oh wait, no, in 4 minutes from now a new METAR is going to be released. So let's check in at the METAR website around 12 o'clock. The wind is picking up. It's definitely now more windy than it was half an hour ago. This is KLM flight 604. 78710 Dreamliner arriving from LAX, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Kilo. Gerard is asking, which stream deck are you interested in? Well, I think just the standard 15 buttons would suffice for me. It's just so that I have the sound effects right at hand. Instead of having to walk over to my laptop, which is over there, I have the sound effects programmed, but I first have to go to my keyboard. Having a stream deck that is compact enough that I can attach it to one of my tripod legs with a clamp should probably do the trick. I don't have more than 15, and if I would have more than 15, I would just have to reprogram the buttons. Vueling special livery inbound as well, Wolfgang says. Where is it? Oh, that's flying base now. That is the Dream Play Fly. Have we seen that before in the streams yet? I don't think we have we? Right. KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. Up first, 737-800. Dennis, goedemorgen. Dino in the tube asks, do you have Thunderbird's theme sound? I don't. That's probably copyright protected. I have to be very careful using copyrighted material. Things are picking up. The wind is picking up. It's definitely become more windy now over the last half hour. I'm filming without image stabilizer for now, but let's see. Copyright protected, as I thought. That's why I'm so happy with the Wii music, because it isn't copyright protected and I can use it as long as I want. Alrighty, next airplane coming in is KLM flight 964. That's an Embraer 190 arriving from Teesside or Darlington, and somebody is calling me on my phone right now. Don't know the number. It doesn't say warning possibility of spam, so probably somebody who accidentally is dialing the wrong number. Hopefully they'll hang up pretty soon. Yep, there you go. Cityhopper, KLM flight 964, arriving from Teesside or Darlington, Embraer 190. Lisa just received a phone call at the same time. Well, I already swiped away the message, so I cannot tell you the last digits of the number. Oh, nose is high. Will we get a wheelie? The answer is no. Well, not an extensive wheelie. Yeah, wind is picking up. I am going to enable image stabilizer. No, it was a 06 number, Frank. On my S24 Ultra, it usually also warns me if it is possibly spam. I'm always in the habit of never picking up the phone if I don't expect a phone call from anyone and I don't know the number, but... Thank you for the feedback, Danny. Sla je slag is seize your chance. Yeah, there you go. So, play a word. Sla je slag. Letters. Sla. Seize your chance. Sla. Sla je slag. Anyway.
Nu German Airways, dan krijgen we een 787 van Air.
Yeah, Air Canada already visible. Now number 2. First, German Airways landing here, flight 1174, arriving from Stavanger. Okay. This is the airplane that we used to know as the Chucky. It's the Pre. This is Air Canada flight 808, arriving from Toronto, Canada, 7878 Dreamliner, now on the way for 6 hours and 35 minutes. 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. The airplane behind it is Vueling, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. And after that we have an A321neo from A-Jet. Hey Dirk, goedemorgen. Just in the nick of time, still morning here for 3 more minutes. Spam? Then it is probably the Pegasus captain trying to contact you, Frank says. I think you may be right. Now, if I had a stream deck, I would be able to do the badum-tsh right while continuing to film over here. Pretty soon, Frank, pretty soon. Mario asks, why are you not a ATC? Because I am also not a pilot and would have become a pilot otherwise. Colorblind, color vision deficient, so I'm unable to become a pilot. I'm also unable to become a train conductor and also unable to, not allowed to become an air traffic controller because of it. Vueling in the Dream Play Fly livery is coming in next, flight 2903, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way. Special livery that I am not sure that we have seen already before in the stream. I think this is a channel premiere. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight January 2014. Julian has to go. Thank you for joining, mate. See you later. Gerard says, boy, I'd like to sponsor you a stream deck. Mate, that really is not necessary. The offer is very sweet, but don't think that I can accept that, mate.
Maar deze livery is best nieuw.
Livery is quite new.
Want het ziet eruit als volgens mij van vorig seizoen van het aankomende seizoen ziet het eruit.
I have no idea. We've seen the Atletico Bilbao livery a couple of times. Born this way, fly this way. I don't think we've seen this one before. Is it football related? It does look like it, doesn't it? All right. Are those Barcelona shirts? I know absolutely nothing about football, so I'm not sure. Is that Barcelona? Okay. So probably the ladies team of Barcelona then, that are depicted on the...
Er zijn ook twee mannen. Maar ik kan even opzoeken. Hoe heet die livery?
Nee. Dat weten de mensen in de chat ongetwijfeld. Danny asks, do you have an option to do a replay in the stream, such as Bart? I have no idea what his function of replay looks like, so I have no idea. Probably not. FC Barcelona logo, right, there you go. The women's team of FC Barcelona. Well, beautiful. It looked pretty nice, the livery. Downside of being out here filming it is that I only see it through the camera screen, which is 3.5 inches wide. It makes it a bit difficult to see all the details. AJ arriving from Istanbul, A321 Neo. 15 November. Oh, van vorig jaar, van afgelopen jaar. Right, so a livery that was put on the airplane, according to Stefan, in November last year. Another butt shot. Mario asks, does KLM Airlines come? Yeah, later in the day probably. They usually land here in the evening. Come local dinner time. Then there's a nice discrepancy. We have wind blowing from the west, and you can once again see the sea is over there, more openness, although at sea it is more cloudy. Land inward to the east, more cloudiness. There's always, you can always see it if you look on satellite loops in the summer. Coastal regions, sunny, land inward, more cloudy. This is KLM flight 1710, flying in all the way from Luxembourg. 52 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. That's a bit longer than normally would have been the case. $173 nautical miles. Homer Simpson owns an Anadolu Lujet. Frank is on the roll again. Frank is on the roll again. Right. 777, indeed, KLM. There it is, 777-300 arriving from Panama City, KLM flight 758. It is now also 3 minutes past the hour, so maybe after the 777 has landed, let's also have a look and check the METAR. 1260 watching, 682 likes, thinking emoji, Maria says. Apparently, this stream is not as good as others are. The likes are a bit more tough, but that's okay. At 1,000 likes, we will do another airplane dance, and if that's not a reason for you to hit the like if you haven't already, then maybe you think that this channel and its content is worthwhile sharing with other people, and in that case, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to support the channel. It'll help us promote the channel's content to audiences like you guys are, people who are into aviation, who like banter and jokes and sound effects, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Michael also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Let's quickly turn back. KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City is arriving next. 777-300 9 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The PHBVI Bravo Victor India. 12-year-old airplane, first flight June 2012. care, good day. 100 mile, good morning. Also nice to see the shadow, the airplane cast on the grass in the background, the elevated bit.
Oh hey, dan krijg je na één vliegtuig die ertussen zit, dan krijg je gelijk nog een triple.
Alrighty. Banana popped up on radar outbound to NA till now. Is it a possibility to come this way? No, wait, you're talking about the platform over here. Ah, okay. Well, keep us posted. In the meantime, the Emirates A380, the first quad member to arrive, is about to enter Croatian airspace. Its ETA currently stands at 1:35 p.m. Still a candidate for the center runway if they're opening it up, which I think they probably will. Now 12 knots of wind, still from the west. Somebody disliking the screen. They want to see airplanes, goddammit, and not see weather and other useful information that people who like airplanes want to see. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. No ceiling. Temperature 21°C. That's 72 F approximately. Let me paste the meter in the ticker, and then it is back to the camera controls. Maybe people think that the screen is too uneasy for the eyes. More trolls, keep them coming. Fidel Castro, over here, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Oh, did it catch something? I think it may have caught something. Probably not. Nah. He's flying away empty-handed, or is he? No. That's either Pinky or the Brain, I think. It's going into the crop field now, where it is going to enjoy its protein-rich lunch. Looks like it did catch something after all. It's the Pinky and the Brain transportation taxi, air taxi transportation company. In the meantime, a very good morning, well no, afternoon already to all who are watching. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 777-300 the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Golf. Dino in the tube says he got a Gordon Gopher to eat. There you go. You guys were able to see that better than I was. Austrian 777 right over your head to the US. I have it, Wolfgang. It's right in my zenith. The counterbalance is going to push the camera down if I let go. I need to keep it up. And now if I release, yeah, it's lowering a little bit. Austrian 777. Just now passed by. Hey, that's what we always say to you, Wolfgang, when you enter into chat. Servus, hey, what a coincidence. They're greeting you as well from in the air. Servus, but it misses the word Wolfgang. In the meantime, Evan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Thank you so much for your super sticker. Smiling face with sunglasses. I hope the sun is shining for all of you guys. It is Sunday after all. Mate, thank you so much for your super chat. Or no, super sticker I meant to say. Hope all is well, Evan. Top of the morning. Next airplane is Transavia. It's one of their A321neos. This is returning from Party Island, Ibiza. Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel, Whiskey. Whiskey. Touching down after 2 hours and 18 minutes. Frank says funny checkerboard pants. Yeah, Stefan has a checkerboard pants, has shorts on, and of course, and for a Formula One. What is it? Red Bull. Yeah.
Eigenlijk is het slecht dat ik dit aan heb, want ik ben eigenlijk voor McLaren, maar hè? Eigenlijk voor Lando, maar hè?
Oh dear, oh dear.
We're gonna have some arguments.
Meneer Thompson, goeiedag. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Wind is picking up. We have wind blowing from the west. It's not stormy, but since the wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading, it means that all wind is causing crosswind today. That means that the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. This is Transavia flight 6332 arriving from Valencia. Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Oscar.
Hier is zo meteen een Airbus die 50 langs vliegen.
Om te landen.
Nee, hier de landen die
Oh, outbound.
Ja.
A350 outbound. Oh yeah, the airplane that one of the airplanes that we began the stream with, the A350 Finnair, and bringing us together since 1923, special livery. We saw it land here earlier. Now it's going back to bloody Helsinki. Nice full circle experience there. Alright, quick narrow body landing, another rare 737 from KLM. Hardly ever do we see them over here. This is a 737-700 returning from Billund, where it dropped off all our bills. So the Netherlands once again free of any bills. Using the reversers a little bit. Quite a rare. That actually is rare. This is Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. The November 419 Delta X-Ray.
Ik denk dat ik nou X-ray vind, dat er echt soms 8 en 9 van die Embraers achter elkaar komen. Echt. Daar heb ik echt net niks mee.
Then he says, check your sound cable. Well, I have more than one sound cables, mate, so... Crackling. Right. Well, all is firmly secured over here. Did not touch the DJI mic receiver, so it can't be that. Not sure what it is. This is Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. 9 hours and 14 minutes on the way. The November 419 Delta X-Ray A330neo. Hey there, Michael. Thank you for your kind words. Michael says, love your streams, so interesting and informative, simply the best. I do the best I can, mate. I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying what you're seeing and hearing. Hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel. It is a free and easy way to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people, people who are also into aviation and nature and banter, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. You can see more horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. Wind has been picking up now for half an hour or so, makes that the airplanes need to work a bit, or at least the pilots need to work a bit harder to get the airplanes on the ground. SAS flight 821 is next to arrive here. It is returning from Oslo. That's an Embraer 195, regular Embraer 195. In the background we can see the gear extending on KLM flight 765, that's an A330-200 arriving from Bonaire, apologies. Looking up. That is an outbound KLM narrowbody. So yeah, it's not really windy with, what is it, 12 knots to 14 knots of wind, but the wind is blowing from the west. It's blowing perpendicular to the runway heading. It means that all wind is crosswind. If the wind is blowing from the southwest, it's partially headwind and partially crosswind. But today the wind is 100% crosswind. Aviations by Jensen says, no boners in the screen please, lol. I'll refrain from putting up the screen in screen to show boners. People don't like the screen in screen. They want to see airplanes, goddammit. Let's see if the first officer acknowledges our existence and waves to us. The answer is no. Ja. Wat zeg je? Een 70-300, is dat een goede lens? Ligt eraan waarvoor je het wil gebruiken. Het ligt ook aan het merk.
Van Nikon.
Nikon, nou Nikon is sowieso, dat zijn wel goede, ja, Nikon en Tamron, dat zijn goede lenzen. Maar wil je het gebruiken om vliegtuigen mee te fotograferen of voor iets anders?
Ja, vooral dat.
Ja. Ik denk dat je met een 70-300 mm lens best wel ver komt. De zoom op mijn camera, de optische zoom, is ongeveer gelijk aan 600 mm. Dus ongeveer de helft van mijn optische zoom is dan wat je daarmee redt. Kijk, dat is natuurlijk niet telescooplengtes. Maar goed, met meer brandpuntsafstand heb je ook meer stabiliteit nodig, hè? Dan krijg je sneller bewegingsonscherpte. Dus ook daar moet je dan weer rekening mee houden. En gewicht en grootte.
Ja. Maar ik wil wel dat ik weet dat er een oké lens is. Want dan kan ik kijken voor een lens.
Nou, ik kan dat niet op voorhand. Ik denk dat ik niet de juiste persoon ben om dat aan te vragen, Stefan. Ik heb wel wat verstand van fotografie, maar ik ben geen deskundige. Dus ik kan je niet zeggen of dat lens XYZ per se de juiste lens is. Maar doorgaans zijn lenzen van Nikon en van Tamron zijn goed. Maar ja, als je hem tweedehands koopt moet je natuurlijk ook kijken, is die niet beschadigd? Werkt alles? Vooral de focus en de zoom en zo.
Dan neem ik ook mijn camera mee voor het testen.
Heel goed.
Als het een oké lens is, dan doe ik het niet heel veel zeker om met een 55 door te blijven gaan.
Nee, tuurlijk. Nou, met 300 mm kom je wel hier op Schiphol een aardig eind als je wil gaan fotograferen. This is the bells that you were hearing from a cycling platoon.
Jij gebruikt een 600 optisch dus. Of ja.
Dit systeem gaat tot 600 mm optisch en dan nog eens digitaal eroverheen. Ja.
Thijssen, dat wel.
Zeker. Stefan is wondering about camera lenses. Now I'm no expert in photography, so.
Jij weet het wel beter dan ik. Dat kan ik wel stellen.
Weet ik niet. Dus, hier is Jeroen Viergever in de lens, in de chat. Die zegt dat 70 tot 300 is niet zo scherp. 70 tot 200 is echt de beste. Okay. Maybe not as long with respect to the focal length, but apparently better focus and optical quality. Right, so this is Aer Lingus flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, an A321neo, 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way. And another Austrian almost right over your head. Let's see. En de Belg, first time on the channel, Jeroen, aka de Belg. Hartelijk welkom, Zuiderbuur. Let's see. The 767 from Austrian. And it too seems to be saying Servus. What? What a coincidence. Hey, aquatic bird in the water. First time I'm spotting it. I'm not sure. Yeah, the reeds are a little bit in front of it, or it's just Chris Coot. So, and indeed 777, now number 2. This is KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. Stefan, je moet denk ik eventjes ook de chat teruglezen van deze stream. Want Jeroen Viergever die geeft een hele hoop informatie. Het zijn wat lange berichten, dan moet ik gaan scrollen. Dan gaat mijn chat freezen. So I'm not going to scroll laterally. It's now 12:20. So the chat in around 12:20 is containing useful information about lenses. This is KLM flight 744, that's a 777-300ER arriving from Lima in Peru. If you are in Peru and you go up and you travel across borders, eventually you'll end up in Ecuador! This airplane has been flying for 11 hours and 42 minutes now. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Papa. First flight was in February 2016. Makes this airplane 9 years old. And Rashan, you're right. Normally speaking, the A380, which is now expected to land between 1 and 2 p.m., almost always goes to the different runway. But today is not a normal day. I'm not going to say the same is going to happen again between 1 and 2 o'clock. But I don't recall ever having seen here that the secondary runway for arrivals did not open up between 11 and 11:40. That's what happened. So, with a little bit of luck, let's manifest it. With a little bit of luck, maybe today is an exceptional day and between 1 and 2 o'clock the center runway is also going to stay closed. It should have opened up between 11 and 11:40 and it didn't. They kept it closed all the while. So fingers crossed. In the meantime, more airplanes are coming in. Erik komt ook uit België. As it happens, I also have a girlfriend sitting at home who is also from Belgium. Belgium represent. Laat je horen.
Oh, we krijgen nu een paar 777's op van Kaagbaan. Of nee, niet trippels, maar heavies.
Heavies taking off from Kaagbaan.
We hebben nu 30300 nu. Dan nog een 78 van Air Canada.
Nice.
En waarschijnlijk de United 787.
And Wolfgang is informing us that an Iceland Air 767 is expected in 10 minutes or so from now. So, looking forward to that. Jörg is saying 205 likes to go to 1,000, now 200. So that means we have crossed through 800 likes. Hey, and Kenzo is also from Belgium. Laat jullie horen, Zuiderburen. Here I was thinking that Belgians weren't finding the channel, but there you go. Quite a few are watching. Alrighty, 800 likes and counting. That's 80% of an airplane dance done. If we'll reach 1,000 likes while live, I will do the first airplane dance. If we'll reach 1,500 likes, I'll do another one. And at 2K, another airplane dance. Next up, KLM flight 1614. It is arriving from Milan. 737-700. Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Mike is the registration. Flight time 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Na de Schiphol te vies ga ik even wat eten.
The airplane is 14 years old, first flight February 2011.
Ik ga naar de 777 van KLM en de 76 ga ik eventjes halen.
Ja, tuurlijk.
Want dan komt het ook eerst nog even.
Peter wonders if in Brussels they don't have a spotter's plaats. Well, they have two actually. They have two. Zaventem has, well, at least two that I know of. And Bertje asks, Emirates A380 delayed? Well, it is a bit later than it normally is, so I'm not sure if it departed later than normal, or maybe if it has had headwind on the way, but it is coming and expected a little later than normally. Normally we would expect it around 1 to 1:15. Its ETA is now 1:37. Jesus is also flying back to London Luton from Naples, so no Jesus to the Netherlands today, another day a godforsaken place. There are 747s on the way, but they are late today. They're all expected later in the afternoon or in the evening. If you look where they are on the globe, they are still pretty far away. In the meantime, this is EasyJet flight 27906. That's an A320neo arriving from Dubrovnik. Matthias, good afternoon. Matthias is tuning in from Stockholm. And this airplane has been flying for 2 hours and 14 minutes. Headwind. Yeah. But grammarly properly said. Anyway, EasyJet. I'm digressing. Arriving from Dubrovnik. Another Austrian registered airplane. 1 year old. First flight February 2024. Let's see what else is in the pipeline. Narrowbodies. The 767 is now flying base Iceland Air. Pretty far to the north. I am not sure that we can see it yet. There's also a bit of clouds in the way, as you guys can see. So I'm not sure. It's probably too far to the north. Oh wow. The A380 departed later, almost 45 minutes later. So then it has made up for lost time, considering how much later it has departed than scheduled.
Wat is er met deze gebeurd? Wat is met die Atlas Air 747 gebeurd? Die eigenlijk over 30 minuten moest landen, of 20 minuten?
Ik weet het niet. Zou er... Nee, ik heb helemaal...
Die namelijk in scheduled staan, maar die is gewoon niet opgestegen.
Ja, mijn schedule, daar klopt nooit wat van. Ik kijk altijd naar wat er airborne is. Want die schedules van cargo klopt voor geen kant.
Oh, okay.
Nee, dat is bijna nooit klopt dat. Stefan was wondering, he was looking at the scheduled arrivals list. And it was mentioned that there was a 747 on that list. But I already told him, here at Schiphol, the estimated times of arrival and departure for cargo airplanes, particularly 747s, is almost never right. So for judging whether we are going to see 747s in the stream in the morning, I always look on FlightRadar to see if they are already airborne. Obviously, you may miss out on bonus queens, that we call them, that take off later from nearby airports such as Paris Charles de Gaulle. But I always have a look on FlightRadar, and based on that, I can tell you if we are going to see if we are going to see 747s or not. If all is well, the Iceland Air 767 is now established and should be the third airplane. It is just very pixelated and dimly visible, but there it is. Iceland Air Flight 500, that's a 767-300ER, arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. GJ Photos says in Dutch, awesome to follow this. Thanks for your positivity. You're welcome, mate. Thank you for stopping over in the chat and saying hi. Han says, if you buy that Stream Deck, let's contact by mail. I could possibly 3D print you a customized rig mount. I don't think that is necessary, Han. I already found a YouTube video where a guy was using a standard clamp, and there is a off-the-shelf a phone holder. He specifically mentioned the type and brand, and it's for sale for just 2 tenors. That you can use with a standard clamp and a standard, what is it, the 1/8 or a quarter, one of those standardized screw sizes. So you can basically use the phone holder to keep the Stream Deck in place with, use that with a standard clamp, use the clamp on the tripod. So there's no need to customize anything. It can be attached to my tripod as well, with off-the-shelf equipment that isn't too expensive. So thank you so much for your offer, Han, but I don't think it is going to be necessary. I can just purchase everything from Camera Express in one go, well, with the exception of the Stream Deck, for which I have to shop elsewhere, but all the ancillary material I can buy in one go. But thank you, Han, for thinking along and for your offer. There is a, what is it, what's the brand? Ulanzo, Ulanzi, something like that. Specific type mentioned. And it screws onto a standard clamp. Indeed, it's a lot less hassle. I appreciate the offer, Han. Once again, thank you so much. If it doesn't, if it turns out that it doesn't work, you'll be the first to know. But if all is well, I should be able to get this thing working with off-the-shelf material. That luckily also isn't too expensive. Hey there, Lars. Who says amazing live stream? Thank you so much. Greetings from Mexico, mate. Nice. Welcome to the show, mate. Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. They can all give you crazy answers if you ask silly questions, but they're also knowledgeable. Next up, Iceland Air Flight 500, 767-300. Okay. Reversers, question mark? No, idle reverse landing. That's a pity. Frank has an itch I need to scratch. Mexico, where is Mexico? That's near. I can feel the itch that you were having, Frank. I hope I've now relieved you from it. Hadi Janko, goedemiddag, good to see you. Welcome to the show. Hartstikke idee. There you go. Anyway, we're at 848 likes, so that means 152 away from an airplane dance. At 1,000 likes, I'll do an airplane dance, and if you don't want to like the stream for the airplane dance, then maybe you want to do it because you think this channel has content that others would also appreciate. In that way, liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to help us reach more people like you guys are, who are into aviation, who like a joke or two, who like sound effects, and who like nature. Emirates Flight 147 is underway, expected in an hour or so from now. Han, look away! Look away! Maybe it's time to check in on the 24-hour of Le Mans. Alright, time for KLM Flight 751. That's 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, and this is a proper use of the sound effect because it lies in a country called Ecuador. It's actually a port city from which a lot of cocaine gets transported to the Netherlands and to Brussels, to Antwerp, from where it is distributed to users all over Europe. So it's an important city for us and for our economy. Guayaquil, a lot of probably Drug dealers are on board this flight, returning from Guayaquil, having done some deals. Although also these days a lot of the cocaine is being transported via Africa, via Ask Bolios. He bought one of the countries over there. Stefan asks how many sound effects I have. Actually quite a few. Quite a few. How many do we have? I've lost track. It's not 15 though. I think we are pretty well on our way to fill a standard stream deck, but not yet completely, I think. Gary in Amsterdam also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate.
Ik ben er zo weer.
Wat zeg je?
Ik ben er zo weer. Ik ga het vertalen.
Ja, is goed. Tot zo. Stefan, off to buy something to have some lunch. In the meantime, we are continuing filming. This is KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid, 737-800, 1 hour 54 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray India. A340 assigned to depart from Alsmeerbaan. Thank you for the update, Maria. Is it in the vicinity of the threshold already? Could you guys give me a heads up when it is approaching the threshold and is about to line up as first? Jos, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Lars, good afternoon. Lars says maybe promising not to do an airplane dance works better. Well, the airplane dance is going to get here regardless. But if you don't want to see it, you can always have a look at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Or maybe get a fresh cup of coffee, make a fresh pot of tea, grab a spot of lunch. Or if it's later in the day already, maybe another wine or another beer or another whiskey. Alrighty, let's see, this is an A319 arriving from Milan, EasyJet, flight 27806. Another EasyJet behind it. Somewhere. I think the clouds might be in the way. Oh yeah. And it's 10 o'clock now, there it is. Rum cola for Maria. Coming up. Diet Coke or regular Coke? Indeed, Frank. Don't think there's much to be had over at the parking lot that isn't containing fat. Dutch Brian tuning in from the center of Limburg. Goeiedag. Let's see, for the time being it is all narrow bodies. It is 12:38. I'm still curious to see what is going to happen around 1 o'clock, because I never saw it before that the secondary runway for arrivals remained closed all throughout the window where normally an inbound rush hour takes place from 11 until 11:40. We did not see any parallel arrivals yet. To date, the traffic has been coming to the Polderbaan exclusively this show. I'm not counting on it happening again come 1 o'clock, but if it were to happen, it might be nice. Means that the A380 is going to land over here, but yeah, fingers crossed and let's manifest. Let's see if that works. This is not the play. Thought Wolfgang was mentioning behind me the play was taking off. That's the only airplane that I'm currently seeing in my vicinity from departures. No other airplanes right away visible. Peter PDK also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Arthur, good to see you, mate. Have a good flight from Epizzy Airport France. Now my topography is failing me. Is that in the north of France, in the south, too late. Yeah, there you go. I'm always too late, aren't I? I think this is Raoul Kestrel, also hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Fiddle was already successful. And if it wasn't Pinky or Brain, then it might have been Gary the Gopher, or what was his name? Gerald. For now, a lot of narrow bodies. Wind not slowing down yet. I'm wondering what time did we update the meter? Which meter is that? That's the one from 9:55. So there should be another one out. Quick look to see what the wind is doing. It was 12 knots from the west before, and what has it become? 14 knots. So the wind is now actually picking up 14 knots of crosswind. Few clouds at 1900 feet. The air temperature stable at 20 to 21 degrees. What a difference with yesterday. 890 likes, that's 110 to go until 1k likes have been reached, and at which stage I will do another airplane dance. It's getting more of a regular thing now these last couple of weeks. Hopefully that is something that is going to continue. What it does, the likes and subscriptions, is bring in new people. People like you guys are, who are live aviation stream fans, who like banter, who like crabbing airplanes, who like nature, and who like jokes, but who may not have heard of AMS Live yet. The channel is growing, but we are still relatively small compared with the big hitters. I'm sure a lot of people watching those streams should also like our streams over here. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to help this channel reach those people. One by one, we'll reel them in. A321neo KLM in the foreground, and behind it is an A320 from Air France, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. KLM 737 arriving from Glasgow behind it. Don't tell me that this is play passing by. No, it looks like KLM outbound. Erik asks in Dutch if the highway that you see in the background is the if that's the highway towards Alkmaar. Yeah, if you go to the left, you'll go to the north to Alkmaar. If you follow that highway to the right, you'll go to Amstelveen. It's the A9 highway. So that's right, Eric. There's also a highway that is between the Polderbaan and the center runway, the A5 highway. If you're lucky and you're driving along that highway, you might catch a glimpse of the airplanes that are taxiing to and from the Polderbaan. More clearly visible over there. Cars driving left and right. These are traffic signs. I think that might be already... Is that a different highway? Or is that still the A5? I think that's still the A5 highway. And Dion is also asking an interesting question. Maria is already answering it, but it is in Dutch. It might also be interesting for non-Dutch speakers who are interested in it. Dion asks in Dutch, how long beforehand is it clear which runway you will be assigned to land on? And Maria answers, as soon as an airplane enters Dutch airspace. Maybe one of the mods can also share the website where you can see the runway assignments. There's a website and it shows you the airplanes on the map. And you can click on them, and when they are in Dutch airspace, you can also see on that label the colloquial name of the runway it will be assigned to. So in the case of airplanes arriving from the west, they would specify Polderbaan, for instance. And if the center runway is going to open up later and traffic is arriving from the east, it will say Zwanenburgbaan in that case. Thank you, Maria. If you follow the link that Maria just now posted, you can find the map. And if you click on one of the airplane labels, you will see that a pop-up opens up and it will specify the runway name. Paul Doan is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Wind on the scale of Trim currently looks like this. Arthur asks, what is this small Air France plane? Well, if you go back to the very beginning of the stream, the very first airplane that we saw land in the first minute of this show was even smaller. It was the A380, the baby bus as we call it. That's even smaller. Singapore A350, west to east, near Zaandam. Check. Got it. Thanks for the heads up. It's firing a bit too close by to really properly see that this is Singapore Airlines. Had it flown a bit further away, it would have been smaller, but we would have been able to see the livery from the side a bit better than we do now. But there you go. Singapore A350. Flying northwest of me. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Hey there, Rob. Good morning. Suzanne, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show. Welcome to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment, still the only runway for arrivals. But I suspect in 15 minutes from now, that's going to change. Wind is blowing from the west, and that means that all wind is crosswind, because there's no headwind or tailwind component to the wind. It's sunny. It's not nearly as warm as it was yesterday. I'm standing here with my vest on, but with my shorts on, and have been all the while. Nice and cool, beautiful weather. Looking to the west, all clear. Looking to the north, few friendly clouds, but they are more prevalent land inward to the east. Some cirrus clouds over here and some contra remnants looking to the south. This is the southwest. It's a Sunday, and whenever it is a Sunday and it is nice weather, people gather at Polderbaan. They sit in the grass or they stay at the Spottersplatz itself. That's the fence where that person with black and yellow is standing in the background. Always quite a few people over here on sunny days and on Sundays. So what you're seeing is not out of the ordinary. It does usually get a bit quieter after the A380 has landed, I have to admit. Le petit baby bus for Gugum. Indeed, Arthur. And that was Singapore from Manchester. Thanks for chiming in, Paul. Sadi says Turkish is coming. Hopefully it will land on this runway. Hey, after a long wait, finally Turkish flight 1957 coming at Polderbaan, Sadi says. Is that so? Oh yeah, it is over Markermeer, so that's going to land pretty soon. This is TAP Air Portugal, A320neo, arriving from Lisbon in Portugal. 2 hours and 23 minutes on the way. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 lining up on Kaagbaan. Thank you, Maria. Hadi Roel, goedemorgen. Frank already recognizes the sound. Well done. And kudos to you, Frank. Lining up, but this is not it yet. This is not the A350 yet. The A350 1000 Cathay Pacific should be taking off in a moment. Runway 24. Let's go elephant hunting in the meantime quickly. And my compliments to Frank for being so observant. Not just visually, but auditory as well. Okay, so A350 1000. Cathay Pacific should be taking off from runway 24 any minute now. The A340 right behind for runway 24 as well. Two back-to-back wide bodies. The alert says A340 is underway. Hey. What happened to the A350 1000? Or is it going from 18 left? Is that open, or is everything outbound now going to runway 24? No lineup yet. Okay, okay. A350 on the threshold, okay. All departures from runway 24, okay. Well, more narrow bodies creeping ahead then. WSS planes from the east around ETA 115 are still assigned to the Polderbaan. That's interesting. Does that mean, I'm not going to say it out loud, I don't want to jinx it, but that's very uplifting news, W. Let me call it that. If you're wondering, if you just joined us and you're wondering why is that camera guy not filming anything taking place behind him where the landings take place, we're expecting the the Cathay Pacific A350 1000 to take off from runway 24 in a minute from now. And the A340 is expected to take off after that. Cathay is rolling, so let's see where it's going to emerge. I'm keeping the shot wide. Looking over my camera now so that I can see the clearest. There it is. Right, Cathay Pacific A350 1000 going to Hong Kong. One getting away. .787 crept in between the A350 and the A340. That's good news, because that allows us time to show Hans' favorite landing here. Don't want Han to be bummed out, so let's do a quickie here. Welling, flight 8353, arriving from Valencia. Almost got away, but it didn't. You'll thank me later, Han. Right. Still looking for the next airplane. There's an A340 that is going to take off pretty soon, but there's a 787 in between. That's the 787 probably. Right, so now we have a little bit of a conundrum, because there's also a Turkish A330 behind us. That is also landing here, and the A340 is taking off from runway 24 simultaneously. Yeah, one camera too short. There's only one, but there's only one footage, one camera you can also view at one time. Yeah. Let's hope for a lot of wake turbulence. And while I am also trying to film Turkish Airlines flight 1957, I am constantly looking over my right shoulder behind me in the direction of the Polderbaan Tower. Yeah, the A340 is rolling. The landing of Turkish is going to coincide with the departure of the A340. Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, 2 hours and 56 minutes on the way. The A340 is still making speed. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Well in time. Well in time. It was still busy making speed, rotating. Suriname Airways, operated by USC, on its way to Paramaribo in Suriname.
A bit too close for comfort.
Going to Suriname, which is in Latin America, which is in the vicinity of 300 feet and climbing. 310 feet. 320 feet. Will it rise above the tree line? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, it will. It will. In the meantime, everything arriving from the east still coming to the Polderbaan. Fingers crossed. Thus far, is looking good. Would that not be amazing, guys? And here, this is classical cirrus, feather-like linear pattern. Here too, this is a textbook cirrus cloud that you'll find in the meteorology books. Well, in the meantime, KLM flight 1800 is arriving from Düsseldorf, from JD's hometown. Jörg, are you on board? Are you coming over for a surprise visit? Only 25 minutes by airplane, much faster than driving the car. It's the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray whiskey. Whiskey. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Wolfgang has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Wolfgang. It was a pleasure to have you in the chat again. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hopefully see you again later in the week. Now, unfortunately, we have not yet been able to test the widgets extensively. I do know that the membership widget showed a message in green when somebody who was never a member before became a member again. We're waiting for a membership renewal. We had a few yesterday. If all is well, a blue pop-up should emerge with a message that is also indicating that somebody became a message again, and no green pop-ups should happen. Also, with gifted memberships and whatnot and membership celebrations, nothing should pop up. We did have membership celebrations, didn't we? Nothing happened. So thus far, it seems to be working. At least the membership widget. Just thinking out loud here. In the meantime, this is Transavia flight 5356, arriving from Faro in Portugal. Almost at 1,000 likes. How far away are we? 946. 946. 3 people have mistakenly pressed the dislike with their fat fingers. That should have been likes, of course. Means that we were at 949 otherwise. Now we're in the final stretch to the 1,000 likes and the airplane dance. Bombardier C-Series 300 from Air Baltic coming in next, arriving from Riga. Paul says, I can test a membership milestone. If you would be so kind to do that, yeah, by all means. If all is well, nothing should happen and I should be having to update it manually. Air Baltic flight 621 arriving from Riga is arriving next. Bombardier C-Series 300, 2 hours underway almost, 1 hour and 56 minutes. Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Mike is the registration. Alright, Paul is a member for 26 months and did we see an automated pop-up? I was probably too late with looking on the laptop screen. I haven't seen anything happening. So probably nothing happened. Did anybody see anything happening? If all is well, it should not have triggered anything. Congrats, Paul, but no pop-up. Okay, mission accomplished. Mate, thanks for the test. And of course, thank you so much for 26 months of support. Yorkshire Biker, aka Paul, one of the OG moderators, together with Rick Meester and Infinity, that are still left here. Well, and also that other Paul, what was his name again? But he fell ill and never returned. So at least this part was working. And again, thank you so much, Paul, for everything. Being a member, of course, but first and foremost, a very, very, very valued moderator. Even though you suggested to celebrate the membership voluntarily, I think it is also right to mention how valuable Paul has been for AMS Live. One of the first moderators, almost always there, and also a long-standing member. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, no automated pop-up yet, but next month, mate, next month, mark my words. Yeah, the one that you did see pop up, I triggered manually. That's the manual trigger. 15 te gaan, oh dear, 15 more likes to go. Yep, getting closer to it. But it shouldn't be about the likes, it's about helping the channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people. We already have a terrific community, one of the best, if not the very best. I'm sure there are more awesome people who want to join us. Liking and subscribing is just a way to make it easier for those people to get in touch with AMS Live content. Then it's up to us, once they click on one of the streams, to lure them in. I'm just providing background chatter and some airplanes. You guys are making the atmosphere in the chat. That's one of the big things that people stick around for. The atmosphere in the chat. So that's all you guys.
Volgens mij gaat de sensor voor de tweede keer niet open.
Yeah, I'm also carefully thinking it, Stefan, but let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Yeah, we're really hoping that what happened between 11 and 11:40 will happen again between 1 and 2 o'clock. Normally speaking, at those times, a secondary runway for arrivals opens up. With winds like we have today, that would have been the center runway, and Bezoek Bus, the website that is indicating the expected runway use, says the same. But what happened was that it did not happen between 11 and 11:40, and right now everything arriving from the east still is assigned to the Polderbaan. So hey, Peter Pan is also coming, nice.
En voor hoe het er nu uitziet, is het helemaal niet druk met landingen op Schiphol.
We have crossed through 1,000 likes, so I owe you guys an airplane dance. It is time for an airplane dance again. Let's see. Yeah, it's just narrow bodies coming in. Let me film this one and then it is time for the airplane dance. I'm going to do that over there because right now there's nobody. Well, no, wait, there's somebody walking over there. If he continues, then I can go do the airplane dance where the man is now standing. It's a bit busy. I don't want people who don't want to be in the picture to get in the picture. That's how I roll, unlike other live streamers here. But now we have a spot that is free. I will zoom in a little bit. No, I'm going to keep the shot a bit wide. There we go. Fixate everything. Camera focus on auto. Here we go. Airplane dance. 1,000 likes have been reached and it is time for another one. Let's go to the concrete. Let's also continue a bit further. Sound is probably getting shitty. That's Bluetooth DJI mic. Bank angle. It's crosswindy conditions, so we're crisscrossing and almost into the water, but not quite. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much. Another stream with 1,000 likes. Another airplane dance. No need for me to do any cardio anymore. I can just continue streaming and do airplane dances during each stream this way going forward. Indeed, dacht het niet. Bluetooth is pretty stuttery when you are away from the receiver. The receiver is in a laptop tent. You need to have direct access to it, otherwise it begins to stutter. Have been thinking about upgrading to a Sennheiser UHF transmitter and receiver. I'm still not fully convinced about whether to go ahead with that or not. If I ever have plans of going abroad, do live streams abroad, you need to take into consideration radio rules abroad. Not all frequencies you can use to transmit on, apparently. So that's the silver lining of having the DJI mic. It uses Bluetooth and you can go international with that. UHF, a bit more difficult. Now I can eat my stroopwafel, indeed, Maria. Right. Lest I forget, because we haven't automated it yet. Also a massive big thank you to Jörg, aka JD, who just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships. That's 10 new members, courtesy of you. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it, Jörg. We'll say thank you or danke schön. Welcome to the RWY Skylounge new members. Please use those custom emojis that you now have access to for a month. However you see fit, have fun with them. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the RWY Skylounge new members.
Was het ook al zo vanochtend een beetje dat het echt winderig was en dan weer niet en dan weer wel?
Nee, nu is het winderiger. De wind is nu, het is nu winderiger dan het vanmorgen was. This is an E2 Embraer 195. Avi is also tuning in from Berlin. Good to see you again. Herzlich willkommen. Good to see you. Hope all is well, Avi. Frank says UHF mics are allowed. Yeah, but not all frequencies can be used internationally or something. Everywhere I look, you see that Sennheiser has different microphones for different frequency ranges, and apparently in some countries it is not allowed to use certain frequencies, so you need to be very careful with what frequencies. It's quite a hassle to find out in which countries you can use which frequencies, or where what is prohibited, or where you need a license for or something. Makes it very hard to just go ahead and buy something. KLM from Budapest assigned to Zwanenburgbaan W says, so it means that the central runway is going to open up at some point.
Oh no.
Yeah, 2.4 gigahertz for Bluetooth is fine and is license free. And that's why I continue using the DJI mic, although I have considered upgrading to a Sennheiser UHF set several times already. Still am looking at it. It's not that much more expensive than the DJI mic, but it will give you better audio quality, not that stuttering when you do an airplane dance. You need to be within visual range. That's also why if you look when I'm doing the airplane dance, you'll see I have the DJI mic transmitter with a magnet pasted below my right elbow, so that when I'm standing the way I am right now, there's still a direct line between the DJI mic transmitter and the receiver, which is located behind my laptop in the laptop tent. In the meantime, Stefan Rosenboom just renewed his membership, and that should have triggered a blue pop-up and not a green pop-up. What happened? And also before that, Gary in Amsterdam celebrating with a super chat and nice words. Gefeliciteerd for another 1K, mate. Thank you so much for that. You really did not have to do that, but you did it anyway. Thank you so much, Gary, for your generosity and for your kind words. Upwards and onwards, 1,000 likes. It seems to be becoming the norm lately, but I am still realizing that this is not common ground yet. Hey! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Wow, surprising.
Go around of an A380 Air France. What was going on there?
That's, hey. That's a flat ground.
Interesting, interesting, interesting. Go around of an A320. Right. Can't recall having seen go-rounds taking place this late in the landing, because the main gear already had touched down, hadn't it?
Yeah, also the front.
And the nose gear was lowering. It almost touched the ground, and then I saw it go up and leave again.
Big trend line, by the way.
Right. So we'll see that again pretty soon. In the meantime, Peter Pan landed over here.
It did touch completely.
Well, I don't think that the nose gear touched down.
I think it did.
And in the meantime, the XDV became a member, and I do see that that is working properly. So we still have the same problem. I thought that Maria said that there was a green pop-up. So that is still not, that's basically two widgets that still haven't improved their functionality compared with what it was yesterday. Did ask if it could be fixed. That didn't work. Right, so this is Transavia flight 5760, arriving from Marrakesh. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Charlie, 3 hours and 12 minutes on the way. In the meantime, a very warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. New members and old members. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Don't forget to use those custom emojis you now have at your disposal, guys. This was Transavia arriving from Marrakesh, 3 hours and 12 minutes on the way. Next up will be the Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah. That's an airplane that normally would have gone to the wrong runway, but according to W, the wrong runway is going to open sometime soon. Already before the A380 will have landed. That's a pity. And XDV is Marco. Welcome, Marco. Thanks for the support, mate. This is Saudi flight 215, arriving from Jeddah. 5 hours and 30 minutes on the way. The Hazard 23 is the registration. Dennis says that they don't say the reason on ATC about the go around. We should be able to see it again in a few minutes from now, if all is well, unless it is being redirected to the center runway. This is a 7879 Dreamliner, 7 years old, first flight April 2018. Nice to see Saudia so up close instead of from the side. The A220 from Air France is now flying over IJmuiden and is looking to come this way. The Transavia A321 Neo arriving from Seville seems to be the first airplane to the center runway. Are they all going to center? In that case, yeah, the one from the RWY Express is also going to center. Means they might do a runway inspection. They have been using this runway uninterruptedly now for, well, since we began streaming. I already see the bird controller over there. So a bird control inspection, a runway inspection by the bird controller is now commencing. Means that the maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason. Could that be it? No. The A220 will not have been requested to go around to the center runway because the Dreamliner also landed on it. Did it also have the nose gear on the ground, Paul?
It did, for a tiny second.
Okay, apparently a full touchdown. Hey, and in the meantime the Coast Guard is flying out, the Dash 8-100. Going out for a coastal patrol.
Ja, die van Air France die gaat volgens mij ook met...
Ja, ze gaan nu allemaal naar center. The runway, the Polderbaan is now closed temporarily. They're doing a runway inspection. That might be good news. It might be the case that they are going to close the center runway again and reopen the Polderbaan after the inspection.
Of ze houden de Polderbaan nu gewoon helemaal dicht.
Nee, ik denk niet dat ze de Polderbaan helemaal dicht gaan houden. Stefan says, or maybe they are going to close the Polderbaan completely. Don't think that's going to happen sometime soon. They are now doing an inspection. That means that temporarily all the traffic is going to go to the center runway.
Ja, het staat inderdaad bij mij nog Polderbaan, Zwanenburgbaan en Kaagman dus gebruikt. Niet gebruikt. Alle... Dus we 7 landingen hebben en 1 volgens mij.
All wheels had touchdown. There you go. Bird control over here doing an inspection. Temporarily all traffic going to the center runway. They've been using the Polderbaan as only runway all the morning thus far, so it had to happen at some point. Better that it happens now than before the A380 arrives in Dutch airspace, because then it certainly won't land over here. Now we still stand a chance of being able to see it if they are going back to just one runway for inbound traffic and making that the Polderbaan. Audrey also back in the chat. Good to see you, Audrey. Hope all is well. Right, so everything coming in for center right now. This is KLM flight 1442 arriving from Bordeaux, the RWY Express. That's a 737-800. Paul suggests maybe something was on the runway then. Have there been people listening in on ATC while it happened? Thought somebody mentioned that nothing was said on ATC. Dennis is saying that the A380 is almost in Dutch airspace, so keep us posted. Are there airplanes coming in to the Netherlands from the east right now? And if so, what runway are they being assigned to? Because that will tell us something about what we can expect for the A380.
Er komt er een aan over 16 minuten, komt er een aan van Budapest.
Is dat de eerste?
Dat is de eerste volgens mij.
Okay.
Ja, dat is de eerste.
So we'll have to wait 16 minutes before the first next airplane is getting in Dutch airspace from the east.
Maar die is al in Nederland.
Oh nee, het gaat mij erom wat er nu binnenkomt. Want dat zegt wat over wat ze zo meteen gaan doen. Gaat de Polderbaan weer open? Of tenminste gaat Center dicht of niet?
Geen idee, we kan niet echt zeggen met wat er nu... Dan komt er op een paar minuten komt er eentje in Nederland.
Is there anybody who can see on the website where the runway assignments are published?
Waar kun je dat zien? Welke wedstrijd kun je dat zien? Zoek het weer anders op.
Moet je even zoeken op omgevingsinfo Casper Aero. This is Air France Flight 1740. That's the airplane that went around just now and is now going to attempt to land on center. Frank says, Captain had a sneeze and accidentally pushed the throttle forward. Yeah, that must be it. That seems the most likely explanation. Right, so it has landed. No issues there. No airplanes flying into the Netherlands from the east right now at this moment. I'm curious to see what runway they are going to be assigned to. Yeah, that's what Bezoek Bas says, Doekman, but they also said that for 11 until 11:40 and it didn't happen. Dear Contour says, HV just entered the country from the east and assigned to 18C. Okay, so that means that they are going to keep open center at least until it has landed. The airplane that has been assigned. Emirates also to 18C. Okay, thanks. So the A380 is going to be assigned to the wrong runway. We now have that confirmed. Question now is how soon are they going to open up the Polderbaan again so that we can also see traffic coming to this very runway. All the best then, Audrey. Still recovering from a sinus infection. Heard it before that people are still getting colds and whatnot this time of year. I also was under the weather with the cold in the beginning of May still. I already thought that was late in the year, but it seems this year people are getting flu, sinus infections, colds and whatnot up till the very summer months. Hopefully sunny and warm weather will keep those viruses at bay. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. All throughout the stream, the Polderbaan has been the only runway for arrivals. Right now, a runway inspection is in progress. The runway we are standing next to is expected to open up again in minutes from now. Center runway has opened up for arrivals for the first time now. It didn't happen between 11 and 11:40, which is also normally a time slot where two runways for inbound traffic are open. We were hoping the same would happen between 1 and 2 so that the A380 might land on the right runway instead of the wrong runway. But unfortunately it is already in Dutch airspace and has already been assigned to the wrong runway. As you guys can see from over here, we still can see the airplanes to the center runway quite well, so not always lost. If you joined us only just now, you may have also missed the last minute actually, an already touchdown and then go around. It was a touch and go from an Air France A220 that arrived from Paris. It happened minutes ago. Here another Air France already returning from France, but not from Paris, but from Lyon. Embraer 190, Air France flight 1796. One hour and 10 minutes on the way. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight February 2009.
Volgens mij gaat nog steeds alles vliegverkeer richting center.
Ja, alles gaat naar center vanuit het oosten. It has finally opened up for the first time since we began streaming. It was due, it's not unexpected. Question now becomes, when are they going to open up the Polderbaan again? Because right now it doesn't seem that that is happening anytime soon.
Zou het zijn dat we hem toch wel helemaal dichtgooien opeens.
The A321 Neo arriving from Chester is still going to the center runway by the looks of it.
We hopen dat het zo meteen weer open gaat.
Has KLM flight 1200 already been assigned to Polderbaan? This is KLM flight 1364 arriving from Budapest. Ryanair 737 behind it arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Denelmouse says that KLM 22 Bravo coming in from Belgium is assigned to 18 right. Is that the first airplane to go to the... How about the ITA and the other airplanes? The airplanes before it? No other airplanes before the 22 Bravo? Ryanair, ITA also 18 right, so, and the Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes before it. Hey, no wait, that's creeping ahead of. I was thinking KLM flight 1200 might be turning in, but it is following the A321. KLM flight 1420, Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes. What runway is it assigned to? Not sure if that vehicle is still on the runway. It doesn't seem to be on the runway, or is it? Seems to be in the grass. It seems to be vibrating a little bit up and down, so I think it's driving on uneven ground in the grass right next to the runway. Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. KLM from Nantes to Polder. Thank you Mario for looking that up. Right, let's see, where is the A380 currently? It is now in the vicinity of Kampen and is still going to go to Lelystad, then to the southwest. No, wait, it's going to continue, of course, over Markermeer. Why was I thinking it was going to go to the southwest? That's of course not right. Right, in the meantime, let's do an update of what is happening with the weather. The wind has been picking up in the last hour and a half or so. It was 14 knots from the west. The wind is blowing perpendicular to the runway heading, almost exactly. A refresh of the METAR tells us that the wind currently is 15 knots, blowing directly from the west with a little bit of variation, a bit of north to the west and south to the west. We still have few clouds at 2,200 feet. The air temperature is currently stable at 20 degrees C, that is approximately 70 degrees F. If we look on flight radar, we can see that the Emirates A380 is currently flying east of Lelystad. It is going to continue over what is called Markermeer. From here, when it flies in the vicinity of Purmerend, we should be able to pick it up, and we can see it as it is turning in final to the center runway where it is going to land on. In the meantime, we are also going to see traffic to Polderbaan again. It was temporarily closed due to a runway inspection of the bird control. Make sure that no things that could get sucked into an airplane are left behind. KLM Embraer arriving from Nantes should be the first airplane coming in, and it is now on its base leg about to turn, on its downwind leg about to turn base, so it is somewhere over there to the north. And it should be coming in pretty soon. ITA Airways is also flying, arriving from Milan, flying west of us. Try to see if I can maybe spot the ITA already. It is flying off the coast of Haarlem. No, cannot see the ITA yet. Let's see. Martijn says the chat is on the right, so it's hard to see the browser also on the right. Not exactly sure what you're talking about. Not exactly sure what you're talking about. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boye. We're watching for airplanes. Right now, the first airplane to the Polderbaan is turning in. It is turning in and is coming back here, arriving from Nantes. The clouds are probably still in the way. Center runway also opened up. It is unfortunately opening up and not closing again. Traffic from the east is picking up. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai is now traversing over the Markermeer. Right, the first airplane to the Polderbaan, which has opened up again, is now approaching. Can we see it already? Saw some flickering over there, I think. Yeah, there it is. Emanating from the clouds. KLM flight 1420 arriving from Nantes. Yeah, and I have image stabilizer enabled already. You can see wind's picking up. It is still flickering a little bit, but it's also because we have digital zoom enabled. Going back to the top end of optical zoom makes it a bit more calm to see. Obviously, when the Emirates A380 is becoming somewhat visible, I'm going to start looking for it. When it is in the vicinity of Purmerend, we should be able to see it. And let's see, KLM flight 1420 is coming in. Okay, Martijn is saying something else. Let's see, what did he say? When you show the browser, like for the weather, it's behind the chat, at least for me watching on the TV. Ah, yeah, well, that's the downside of the TV configuration. That's the downside of the TV configuration. Ah, maybe that's where the dislikes come from. Whenever I use screen and screen, people are not seeing the chat. Well, that's the downside. I think I like it on the right, but if you look on a laptop or if you look on a mobile phone, you will not see the chat on your screen. So that's the downside of looking on a TV. But it is informative to know. Maybe the people disliking the screen are watching on the TV and don't like that they aren't able to see the chat. That would explain something. It's either that or people are just dicks who don't want to see additional information that normal people would find interesting to see. Fidel Castro in the meantime still hunting for Pinky and the Brain. He did already catch something to eat, but he also is looking for more. Looking at his shape, he is able to eat some more without gaining too much weight. In the meantime, Graham Warner also back in the chat. Good to see you. And all others who have joined, welcome to the show. Jacques, goedemiddag. The Emirates A380 is coming. It's going to the wrong runway, as it almost always does during summertime, because it will almost always arrive between 1 and 2 o'clock from the east. So that almost always means easternmost runway. Indeed, Lisa. Looking for dessert. This is KLM flight 1420, crabbing in, arriving from Nantes, Embraer 190, 1 hour 3 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Foxtrot is the registration. 15-year-old airplane, first flight July 2009. In the meantime, Nito Embraer 195 is arriving from Krakow, going to the center runway. Small wheelie. Fidel Castro. Oh. There he is, Fidel Castro. Will he allow me to go back to autofocus so that we can see him more crisply? Yes. Oh, no, the camera is struggling to find focus. Go back to manual focus, focus to infinity. Let's try it again. Focus getting even softer when I am trying to use autofocus. It's a hard subject to get focus on. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for ITA. Finally, a nice looking airplane again that isn't KLM. ITA Airways, flight 144, arriving from Milan. 1 hour 21 minutes on the way. It's an A220-100, the EHLA. Irish registered. The airplane a year old, first flight October 2023. Even kijken. Where is the A380? It has already... Oh, it's already about to turn in. So, looking visually to see where it is. I think the clouds are still blocking our view of the A380. On paper, it should be somewhere over there in the sky. Yeah, the clouds over there seem. I think they are in the way. Yeah. Well, timing with the ITA is perfect in that case. ITA Airways flight 114, arriving from Milan. Oh, Bombardier C Series 100, 1 hour 22 minutes on the way. The airplane a year old, first flight October 2023. And after that, let's go hunting for the A380, which has now turned in and is on the glide slope somewhere. First a crabby A220. What a lovely machine, isn't it? Beautiful livery, beautiful machine. Without a doubt, in my humble opinion, one of the prettiest airplanes out here right now. Right, let's go A380 hunting. I think the clouds are obscuring our view. let's see, the Transavia we already are seeing. That's the airplane preceding it, so I'm thinking we ought to see it. Well, this is already too far. If it is becoming visible, I'm thinking it should be somewhere over there. Got it. Die wolk daar. Zie je hem?
Ja, ik zie hem, ja. Ik heb een irritante wolk.
There it is. Main gear extending and the hatches closing when everything is locked in place. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Here she is. A380 800. 6 hours and 51 minutes on the way. And weren't you guys already reporting it left 45 minutes behind schedule? Flight time is also 20 minutes longer than normally would have been the case on average. Wind is picking up, and even with the dynamic image stabilizer it is still shaky. 13-year-old airplane, first flight January 2012. Ik weet het nog niet. Right, and in the meantime we have an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM landing here on the Polderbaan, arriving from Geneva. Could be that you might pick up some of its sound in a few minutes. This is the top end of optical zoom. And this is digital zoom on top of optical zoom. Makes it a bit better to see, insofar as I can keep the footage stable with the wind having picked up. The one getting away. But boy oh boy did we get an interesting touch and go from Air France in return for it. Absolutely. If you missed it and only joined us later, you may have missed a touch and go around from Air France A220. I will make a separate video out of that one. Now, let's listen, because we might also hear the reversers in a few moments. Even though the wind is blowing it away, the noise away. Yeah. Hope the mic is also picking it up. Mic is sensitive. I think that the people are probably also hearing it. If even I with my deaf ears can hear it over here. Alrighty. Now it's the A380. Let's see. There is widebody traffic underway to the Polderbaan. Still flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire. I see a Delta A330 arriving from Minneapolis. I'm seeing a KLM 777-300R, so going to stick around at least until these two have landed. Worthwhile.
Je mic heeft wel opgepikt, maar echt heel zacht.
Ja, maar het was ook heel zacht, dus dat klopt. The mic did pick it up, but it was very soft, Stefan says, yeah. But still, it was audible. KLM flight 902 arriving from Inverness in Scotland, Embraer 190, 1 hour 11 minutes it has taken to get here. All right. We still have to wait a bit before the next airplane is approaching. KLM flight 1920 is going to be next, arriving from Zurich. That's a 737-800. We have another 737-800 behind it. KLM arriving from Edinburgh. A321neo arriving from London Heathrow behind it, and then it is going to be the 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo, and not far behind it we have Delta Airlines flight 164, which is arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's see if my DJI mic is still holding up with the batteries. They seem to be doing quite well still. The receiver and the transmitter still operational. Yeah, so for a long period of time it was just a Polderbaan used for arrivals this morning. The center runway only opened up just now, shortly before the A380 arrived. Maria is signing off. Thank you so much for joining, Maria. Sleep well. Hope to see you again later in the week. If all is well, should be out again on Thursday. You know the drill. Undoubtedly see you there, unless it is turning into an afternoon stream, which doesn't seem to be happening. Should have good weather here in the Netherlands, so well, maybe I should toss in another afternoon stream at some point, but you'll hear it. Either way, thank you so much for joining, Maria. Sleep well. So we are going to stick around. There are at least 2 wide bodies that are, no, 3, make that 3. We have KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro as well, already in Dutch airspace. That is also coming. What else is coming this way? Yeah, I've always said it before, as long as there's interesting traffic coming after the A380, the A380 landing doesn't necessarily have to be the end of the stream for me. If the weather is good, if the traffic is good, we can definitely hold out for a bit longer. KLM flight 1920 is now coming this way. It is arriving from Zurich. It's a 737-800. I even still have my first liter of vodka. Only got half through it. What? Audrey asks, what time do afternoon streams start? Well, I don't have fixed schedules, so that's a disclaimer. But last couple of streams that I did do in the afternoon usually ran from 3 p.m. local time until approximately 7 to 8, sometimes 8, depending on the traffic between 7 and 8 o'clock. But usually from 3 till 7 or 8. Depends. There's a second A380 that usually lands shortly before 8 o'clock, and that is often worthwhile sticking around for. Mind you, if I do an afternoon stream, I will announce it a few hours beforehand at least. If I know well in advance, I'll announce the stream earlier as well. So if you do have, if you are subscribed and you have notifications enabled, if all is well, you should receive a notification the moment I announce a stream. Marco, thank you so much, mate. Awesome. Hey, Super chat from Marco Vlaggenborg for a can of Red Bull for mixing through the vodka. Oh mate, there was a moment in time when I was significantly younger than I currently am, where I did at some point sometimes drink vodka Red Bull when me and my mates went out to the bars in the weekend. But pretty soon I found it too sweet to my liking. But yeah, maybe I should give it another go. Maybe it is a reacquired taste to quench the sweet tooth with some alcohol. In the meantime, Chris Koot is over here. Marco, thank you so much, mate. Will €2 buy you a can of Red Bull? Isn't that stuff expensive? No, I have absolutely no idea. Never drink that stuff. I did try it on its own. I think I was walking in the city doing some shopping one day, and instead of having coffee because it was so warm, I thought I was still in need of a caffeine fix to prevent my headaches from my withdrawal headaches from forming. Thought for one day, let's try a can of Red Bull on its own. Absolutely sweet. Oh, wow. Pilots are also working a bit harder now to manage the wind. Definitely can see that the wind has picked up over the last couple of hours. They're also reversing. Remco asks why the A380 isn't landing on the Polderbaan. It has to do with the time of arrival and with runway use. The time of arrival, if it lands between 1 and 2 o'clock, there are always two runways, almost always two runways open for arrivals. Of the two runways open today, the closest by to the east is the center runway. So everything arriving from the east, when the center runway is also open for arrivals, are going to be assigned to the center runway. It means that since the A380 is arriving at a time where the center runway is normally open when the winds are blowing like they are today, and given that it is arriving from the east, they will always assign the runway that is closest by to where the airplanes are arriving from. If runway 27 had been open today instead of runway 18C, it would have gone to runway 27. Dukman says half a can. Yeah, I thought so. That stuff is expensive as well. It's an acquired taste. If I need to get my stimulant fix, my caffeine fix from now on, well, from then on, I opted for coffee. I much rather have a cup of shit coffee than having to get my caffeine fix from a can of Red Bull. Next up, Iberia Express, arriving from Madrid. Iberia flight 737, but not a Boeing 737, but an A320. And you can see a wide body behind it. What? That would be the 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo. Jurgen's hopping off for the day. Mate, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again on Thursday as well, mate. After the triple, we are going to see Hans' favorite Vueling, and after that we are going to see a Delta A330, one of my favorites. This is Iberia Express, flight 737, 1 hour and 55 minutes on the way, arriving from Madrid. 10-year-old airplane already, first flight October 2014. I wonder, with making a separate video of the A220 in the back of my mind that go around, does anybody who is still watching know of good software where you can also get voiceover isolated and that you can delete it? Obviously, I was talking right about 1,000 likes during a stream, pretty irrelevant for making a short clip. And I'm thinking, is there some way where I can also get the voiceover isolated from the audio so that I can delete it and you'll just hear the go around without me uttering bullshit? I do have an AI bit of software that you can use to isolate the vocals and all the instruments from music, but that probably isn't working for what I now have in mind. This is KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. That's 777-300 11 hours and 2 minutes on the way. The PH BVR. iMovie on Mac OS. No idea, Gary. Cyberlink Power Producer. Okay. Well, I do have Premiere Pro, but that probably isn't sufficient for it. Premiere Pro should do it. Okay. Okay. In that case, I'll just Google on YouTube to see if maybe there's an instruction video about how to do that. Would be nice if I would be able to extract the voiceover from the clip, so that I could delete it and you would just hear the ambient. I do have copies of my streams, but everything is burnt into one. So even though my recording of the audio is via 2 separate tracks, the end product has everything in it. Yeah, of course, muting the audio and placing music under it is also something you can do. I was hoping that you would able to still hear the engine spool up without me babbling about 1,000 likes in a stream. Hey, what is this, hon? It's a hybrid livery. Part level, part Vueling. Aviations by Jensen says, DaVinci is complicated to use, and I'm an avid video editor but never isolated voice before. Well, the thing is, there's probably AI that can do it. But then again, if it isn't very easy to do, I will just see if it's not too bad, and if it is, then I'll just mute it or something. Anyway, next up, Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 36 minutes on the way, ladies and gentlemen. The airplane is... how old is it? 17 years old already. First flight July 2007. Registration is the November 819 November Whiskey. Good idea, Martijn. Ask ChatGPT. I wish I had thought of that. You may say it with a smiling face, but it actually is a good suggestion. Those are typically questions that ChatGPT does know the answer to. Unlike making custom widgets. First Delta of the show that did not reverse at all. I think the shots have stayed closed all the while during the landing, haven't they? That was a no reverse landing. Alright, let's see what other wide bodies are in the vicinity that are... Well, we have KLM, we have two 777-200s arriving from Salt Lake City and from Rio de Janeiro respectively. You can see the windsock is getting more aroused with the wind. What else is coming? Are they still landing on center, by the way? I don't see any airplanes going to center anymore. Oh, it's 2 o'clock, that makes sense. Everything now once again is coming to the Polderbaan info as well. But it does look like the two wide bodies, the two back-to-back 777s are going to be the last for the time being. Yeah, looking on flight radar, I don't see any wide bodies that are approaching after the two triples that are now turning in. Another triple also leaving, Chinese triple on its way to no wait, that's an angry A350. That's an angry A350 going to China. Right, so we have a Transavia A321neo coming in next, arriving from Kos. 3 hours and 14 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel, what was it, Victor? Yeah, Yankee Hotel Victor. Brand new airplane, first flight February 2025. And Aviation by Jensen says, why don't you just mute the sound of the go around and voice over with your own voice with the recording? Easy and manageable if you have a mic for the recording. Well, I can just use my microphone hat and comment like I am doing right now. That is perfectly feasible. Yeah, but then you miss the entire sound. Let me just first re-listen and see how bad it is. If it, worst case, I'll just mute the entire audio and put some music over it or something. I don't know.
Ik kan kijken of ik het terug kan luisteren voor je.
Nee joh, dat is goed, dankjewel. Maar luister het gewoon thuis eventjes straks. No worries. Right. I think I am going to wrap up after the two 777s have landed because... wide bodies. After that, we are oh wait, no. There are several actually coming. Nah, that's still pretty far away. Still over England. I'm already zoomed out to Denmark. And what is it? Norwich. Those are all still pretty far away. Now we've had a good run. Plus there are also other things going on this weekend. 24 hours of Le Mans. No, quite a few of you will want to see the finish in a few hours. Formula 1 also later tonight. Yeah, exactly. It's a busy weekend.
It's gonna be spicy in Formula 1.
Right, last two airplanes, two back-to-back 777-200s. What a nice way to wrap up today's stream, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? If you guys have been enjoying yourselves and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It is a free and easy way that you can help the channel with. Help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. People like you guys are, who are into live aviation, who like seeing birds next to the airplanes, who like jokes. Liking and subscribing is an easy way to help us reach more of those people. KLM flight 610 is arriving from Salt Lake City. I'm also looking up and around me. I'm hearing something. Something with a propeller seems to be flying overhead. Me and Stefan are looking.
Wacht, ik heb hem zo meteen voor je. Als je met een beetje beter hebt.
Well, the thing is, I not only need to know what it is, but more importantly, I need to see it. I'm still looking up.
It's an S380.
Unable to see it. It's a small airplane, but it's flying so high that it is hard to see if you don't know exactly where you need to look. It is making sound. KLM flight 610, this was, arriving from Salt Lake City, 777-200 8 hours and 52 minutes it has flown to get here. Another Chinese triple is also flying overhead. Or is it? Is that something else? No.
China Cargo Airlines.
China Cargo Airlines. There you go. Ready. Cirrus overhead. Those are really small. You think Cessnas are small, Cirruses are even smaller. You can hear them, but unless you know exactly where you need to look, you're not going to see it. Absolutely. Mid-V just in time back for the last airplane, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last airplane of today's show. KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. If you go to the northwest, you'll end up in. But if you step on the boat and you go to the east, you'll end up in. Which might even be closer than Ecuador, come to think of it. Last airplane of the day, KLM flight 706. Almost 11 hours on the way to get here from Rio de Janeiro. 10 hours, 59 minutes, 777-200 Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Bravo. And a modest wheelie. Idle reverse landing. Typical KLM, everything. Flap surfaces look immaculate. In other words, a classical KLM landing there. For me, that was it. I am going to wrap up now. Thank you all so much for joining me here today, ladies and gentlemen. I had a blast and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to support the channel for free, help us reach a wider audience. Thank you so much for all the likes. I enjoyed doing the airplane dance once more and looking forward to doing more, hopefully next week. Thank you for the likes, the super chats, the super stickers, the support, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, not a membership. Thank you also moderators, you guys rock and have made another stream accessible and friendly to all. Thank you all so much. I am going to say goodbye now. Hopefully I'll see you again on Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, all the races that you might be following. See you soon, stay safe, and hopefully see you again pretty soon. Bye for now, guys.